Evening, the April 7th, 2026 special meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Education is now called to order. We will begin with roll call. Director Callahan?
Here.
Director Densler?
Here.
Director Geiger?
Here.
Director Meek? Here. Director Parker?
Here.
Director Ryan?
Here.
And Director Thompson is running a few minutes late. So we have a quorum. We will go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, the next item is the acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will take roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson will be here shortly. So the motion passes 6-0. All right, now we will move to agenda item number 4, public comment on consideration of the Meridian Village school site. As this is a special meeting called for the purpose of consideration of the Meridian Village school site, public comment will only be taken on this topic this evening. Public comment is an important part of our democratic process, and the board values hearing from our students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker will be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. To support a respectful and productive environment, we ask all speakers to address comments to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters which are more appropriate for executive sessions. Please be aware that public comments are public records. All board meetings are recorded and posted on the district's website in accordance with open meetings law. If you wish to keep personal information private, please do not include it in your comments. Board members do not respond to public comment portion of the meeting. We have 2 public commenters signed up for tonight. Please make your way to the front of the room. When your name is called, please come forward. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you clearly, and begin with identifying yourself by name and whether you are speaking for yourself, another individual, or a group. We will begin with Eric Hecox.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Eric Hecox, and I'm with Shea Properties. We were the master developers of Meridian Village, which also includes Stepping Stone. And I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution that's in your packet tonight. The materials that are in your packet do a nice job of really outlining the decision which is before you today, which is whether or not an elementary school is needed and will be constructed on this site. As you may remember, I was back here. I was before this board in January. Gave a presentation. I believe that presentation is in your materials. And when we were here in January, we talked about how when Meridian Village was originally planned in the early 2000s, the school district committed to building an elementary school on this site when the community was 50% developed. However, the community is now fully developed, and there isn't a plan for an elementary school, nor is there a need for an elementary school on that site, as has been determined by the staff and the Long Range Planning Commission. So therefore, we support the board taking the action that's recommended by staff, which is to deem the land surplus. Also, when we were here in January, you might remember that we discussed several options for this site. And the one that appeared to be the most interesting to the school board was our ability to provide affordable housing with a preference for public school district employees. The land that we're talking about today was originally for a school, And although you're not making a decision about land use today, we do encourage you that if this is an option that you would like to see happen, that you also provide or authorize the providing a letter of support to this effect. The site was originally considered for a school, so our aim is to really provide a public benefit that benefits not just the public, but also the school district itself. And an affordable rental housing project with a preference for district employees, we believe, would do that. And then I just want to use the last few minutes or last minute of my time just to talk a little bit about public engagement. The decision before you today is, as we talked about, really to decide whether or not this site is surplus or not. The rest of the process will play out more through a county process, which is a land use decision process. And Shea has a very long track record of engaging the public in very meaningful ways during our land use decisions. And even though this isn't at the land use decision stage yet, we've already begun engaging with the public. We've responded to some comments that have been received, and we actually just last Friday had a meeting out on site with a number of the neighbors in order to hear their comments, their questions, and their concerns. We have received a number of legitimate concerns, and we plan to address that through the rest of our process. And my colleague Sky will speak to how we're going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haycox. All right, next we have Sky Stewart.
Good afternoon. I'm a little bit shorter than Eric, so hopefully you all can still hear me. Sky Stewart with the Pochner Company. The Pochner Company specializes in community engagement around land use issues. We've been in business for over 20 years, a lot of that time working across the metro area in Douglas County and in partnership with Shea. So have a lot of experience both around this site and around community engagement in general. Eric did a fantastic job outlining our thoughts around community engagement. I'm really just here to reiterate that commitment to a sincere, robust, and inclusive community engagement process around the land use decisions. We really operate around a model of what we call concentric circles of outreach, talking to the most impacted neighbors first and broadening out to the broader community to really get all of those touch points. That can happen in a variety of ways, everything from one-on-one meetings to small group meetings to coffees in people's homes and neighborhood level conversations. And really the meat of what people tend to be concerned about and what we see coming in comments is around that land use space. We're really looking forward to having those discussions with the neighborhood, with the individual neighbors around that land use process with Douglas County if you all move forward today. Really believe that this is an incredible opportunity to continue to build out a robust community if this is deemed surplus and take the opportunity to hopefully benefit the employees of Douglas County Schools. Happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart, and thank you both for being here tonight to provide public comment, but also to be available as we move forward into the next agenda item. So that concludes the public comment. Moving into our study action item, we have one item tonight, consideration of the resolution declaring surplus property and authorizing a letter of support for affordable housing project in our resolution. This item asks the board to consider two related actions. First, whether to declare the Meridian site as surplus property based on the recommendation of the Long Range Planning Committee and staff that the site is not needed within the foreseeable future for the school purposes. And second, would authorize the letter of support to the county commissioners for proposing affordable housing project on the site. The board received a presentation, as mentioned earlier during public comment, on the January 27th board meeting, and that resource is posted on the agenda for reference. And as a reminder, this is a special meeting with that focus. We have 15 minutes allocated for board discussion. Following that, we will vote on the resolution. So at this time, I will open it up. Oh, yes, Superintendent.
President Meek, I just want to clarify, my fault, because I told you 2 votes. You only have to make 1 vote. The resolution includes both the declaration and the authorization of the letter of support. So thank you
for clarifying that. Yes, the letter is part of the resolution, so it is 1 vote. Thank you. With that, I will go ahead and open it up for any clarifying questions on the resolution. Director, any questions on the resolution, and then we'll open it up for comments? No questions on the resolution, so just we'll offer comments now. So Director Geiger.
I just wanted to quickly discuss what was discussed at LRPC, Long Range Planning Committee, when they supported this, the portion of declaring the surplus. The Long Range Planning Committee was presented with, first of all, student projections indicating that, especially based on us building the new school at Ridgegate in Lone Tree, and the fact that there is another better school site just north of this one, that simply there is nothing in the near future or in the distant future that would indicate the need for a school on this particular site. It's also not a particularly good site for a school. This is exactly how the process is supposed to work. Developer comes to us, says you're not using this land, can we find another way for it? And then we leave it up to the county commissioners about what is the best use for that land. It's not our job. Although I support the resolution, I think the housing initiative is a good one for us. That's a decision for the county commissioners. But the Long Range Planning Committee had a couple of questions about it. They looked at the history of this piece of property. They looked at, as I said, other areas. There simply is no projected substantial student growth in that area. And us land banking this for I don't know what other future purpose doesn't show any reason.
Thank you, Director Geiger. Other comments? I was going to say I really appreciated Mr. Hecox, explaining the process where the land decision actually goes to the county commissioners next, and really appreciated the emphasis on the public engagement process too. I think that's really important for the community to understand. So thank you for explaining that as well. All right, we are going to move through this quickly then. I will entertain a motion then on the resolution.
Move to adopt the resolution as printed in the agenda.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the resolution declaring surplus property and authorizing letter of support for affordable housing project. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
And Director Ryan?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 6-0. All right, thank you so much again for this opportunity and for being here tonight to present to us. There being no further business for the special meeting portion of this evening, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second. All right, I think Director Densler won on that one. So it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Densler that the board that the board adjourn. All in favor? Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
And Director Ryan?
Aye.
All right, it passes 6-0. The board now is adjourned. The regular work session of the board will begin at 5 p.m. Thank you. 2026 regular work session of the Douglas County School District Board of Education is now called to order. Let's begin with roll call. Director Callahan?
Here.
Director Densler? Here. Director Geiger?
Here.
Director Meek? Here. Director Parker?
Here.
Director Ryan?
Here.
And Director Thompson?
Here.
A quorum is present. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. The next item is acceptance of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So move.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the agenda as presented. I will now call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. We'll now move to item number 4, our work study session. Beginning with the transportation update, we have a 20-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A. Superintendent Kane, I will turn it over to you.
Yes, I'd like to introduce our Chief Operations Officer, Jackie Millay, along with her team here from Transportation, and just thank them all for being here tonight. COO Millay, it's all yours.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane and directors. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with the amazing individuals who provide incredible support for our students and our families in the transportation arena. So here's some of our awesome mechanics. And Mark, I warned you. Don't embarrass me in front of my team, Mark. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's start with our indomitable Donna Gratino. She is the Director of Transportation. Donna is a seasoned professional. She is the president of the Colorado Student Pupil Transportation Association. She also serves on the Transportation Accountability Committee for the CDE. She has got years of experience and does a tremendous job with her team. Joining her this evening are 3 of the area transportation managers, Bob, Jeff, and Gennaro, who are here as well, as long as with our training manager, David Romero is also here with some of our trainers who are also joining us tonight, and thank you guys for being here as well. It was mandatory for them, but some others are giving extra duty. Chris Sutton is our fleet manager. He and his team make sure those vehicles keep running safely. Allison Harper is our compliance manager. There are a lot of rules when it comes to transportation, and we need to make sure we're doing things right, and this team does. In addition to that, we have 10 bus behavior hiring specialists, 59 transportation educational assistants who ride the buses with our bus drivers, 13 coordinators and supervisors that round out the team that serves. Now, if you could just advance for me, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Let's talk about our budget. Our budget this year was about $37.6 million. As you can see, just over half of that is payroll and benefits. Third-party transportation accounts for about $10 million more. Fleet maintenance and repair, $3.5 million, and the remainder is fuel, compliance, and some utilities. And we are hoping we do not see those fuel costs going up, but we think we might. Next slide, please. So what is the mission? It's to deliver safe, dependable, and equitable transportation services that support students' success. We are committed to operational excellence, responsible resource management, and fostering a culture of safety, respect, and professionalism for the students, staff, and the community that we serve. So I mentioned we do have some rules. We'll get to the next one, please. We do have regulatory controls and standards. Our operations are anchored by strict adherence to state and federal mandates from CDE, the Federal Motor Carriers Safety Administration, I'm learning my acronyms, and DOT compliance includes rigorous drug testing and licensing. We also have a strong partnership with our union, the ATU, and we also have our own driver's handbook, which has district standards and policies which we must adhere to. These principles ensure a safe, professional, regulated environment for our drivers, our TEAs, and our students. So let's talk about those wonderful children that we get to serve. So 80% of our service is to our general education students. Just under 6,200 children are transported each day on one of our 149 general education buses. There is one driver assigned per route. We have an average of 32 children on our buses. It ranges from 4 on a rural non-CDL, which is a non-commercial driver's license required route, up to 75 kiddos in one of our higher density communities. 16% of our transportation is mandatory transport. There are just under 1,200 children that are part of our mandatory transportation each day on one of our 125 active 14-passenger buses. We have one driver and at least one TEA on these buses. We have an average of 2 students per vehicle, and it ranges from 1 to up to about a maximum of 5. In addition to those, we also do provide athletic trips, base trips, outdoor event. That's supposed to be, I guess it is adventures, and then school consolidation projects. So this year we're actually taking kids from some of the merged schools and we're bringing them together to experience their new environment. Let's talk about our staffing next. If we could move the slide, please. Staffing, and we'll just flip right through it. Did I do that? Oh, I did, darn it. All right, we're going to go back one. Thank you. Our drivers, we have a seasoned team. We've got 156 dedicated professional drivers. The average age of our driver is 58 years old. For a large portion of our team, this is a second career. They've come to us after doing amazing other things. We are impacted by retirements. We do see a fair amount of retirements and folks that leave us to relocate just to live their next best adventure. We also have to account for 13%, which is leave of absence for our team. So we obviously need more drivers than we have routes to accommodate that. So a little deeper dive into our drivers. We have 39 drivers that have been with the district for over 11 years, which is about 25% of our team. About 50% of our team is new within the last 5 years. We did see a significant decline in our bus driver and transportation team over the COVID years. We have not fully rebounded from that. I'm happy to share, however, though, that a 24-25 market analysis confirmed that we are offering the highest pay for bus drivers in the region compared to our peers, and we hope this ensures that we attract and retain the best quality drivers in the region. So hiring is a priority for the team, and fueling the fleet, it's a little pun. I hope you enjoy the little pun stuck in here. It's strategic recruitment and staffing. So we are aggressively recruiting to expand our driver pool. We've expedited the process. I'm going to get into some more details on this later. We've modernized training to look at some things that we can do online and have a continuous flow of training classes. Historically, we had waited till we have 9 or so driver applicants and then started a class. We're starting classes right now with 3 drivers because we want to move people through the cycle and get them out on the road more quickly. We've also engaged a staffing liaison. Their job is to recruit and then interview drivers. We've done an intensive hyper-local marketing effort. If you are over 40 and in the district, you received a postcard asking if you are interested in becoming a bus driver. We participate in industry events, back-to-school nights, the county fairs, and we participate in our hiring fairs. I think it's important to note, again, we have significant guardrails around who can and can't become a bus driver, and not everybody that applies or shows some interest can actually make it through the process. Next. So what have we been doing to increase the pipeline? If you look, this is just a historic record over 2023 to present of the applicants, interviews, and graduates. So we had a bumper crop of applicants, as you can see, in 2023. We converted 124 of those into interviews, but only 31 were actually graduated through. Right now, we've optimized our pipeline. We're seeing an 88% of hires that are moving, folks are moving through and actually graduating, and we're continuing to add to that this year with 45 new hires and counting. We have seen a gain of 23 drivers. However, we have also lost drivers to retirement, and they've just aged out and moved on. Let's talk about our routes, or routes. They laugh at me because I say it differently. I did grow up on the East Coast. So the historic, and don't laugh at me, they'll tell you the pun, not every route's a route and not every route's a route, but we'll get into that. No, we won't. This is how they haze me. So historic number of our gen ed and sped routes. We can see back in 2020, we had about 164 routes. We had the light blue is our gen ed routes, and the dark blue are our specialized needs routes. We saw it dipped to a low in 2023-24. We are slowly rebounding. We are not rebounding as quickly as we would like to rebound. This does not include our third-party routes, but this gives you a historic picture. And we're also, interesting to note, seeing an increase in our gen ed routes and a lower of our special education. This next one is going to dig in a little bit more. So orange are the rolling cancellations. The orange is what we're trying to reduce. I also think it's important, while these pie charts are all the same size, in 2023 we had 120 routes, and today we've got 129 routes. Orange, gen ed. Blue is the portion, dark blue portion of our gen ed that we do not cancel. In 2023, that was 7.5%, and that was about 9 of our 69 routes that we did not cancel. And the reason we don't cancel those is we saw a real decline in attendance when we canceled those routes. And so those were children that really were very much dependent. We identified those kiddos, and we said, nope, we're not canceling those. The lighter blue is our mandatory transportation, so those are also never canceled. You can see as we look to today, 36 of our 85 general education routes are not canceled. The other are on rolling cancellations. Right now, we are canceling 4 to 5 routes. When we started the school year, it was more than that. We have been able to bring on some drivers to reduce that. It is a moving target for us, because what also is not factored in is one child moving to the district can change the need for a route, and we add a route because of it. We look to optimize our routes. We are looking to have potential magnet stops where we can get more kiddos boarding at one location and reduce the number of routes. It is something that the team continues to evaluate. We do change bus stops throughout the year when we are able to achieve some economies of scale. As we look to next year, we are anticipating being at a minimum of 141 routes. We are adding 12 additional routes next year, which will impact, unfortunately, it has the potential to impact our route cancellations. 3 routes are being added for our growth and decline schools. The commitment was made that children in a closing school location would be able to still walk to that school, get on a bus, and be transported over to the new school. That's accounting for 3 routes. When we moved middle school, 6th grade from our elementaries into middle school, that necessitates the adding of another 6 routes to accommodate that. And we need 3 additional routes because Sand Creek is one of our elementary schools in Highlands Ranch that had seen continued declining enrollment, and it really was directly related to their later bell time. Kiddos were not getting out of school till close to 4 o'clock. It was not working for parents. They made it very clear, and we really have no choice but to add that back in to ensure a thriving school. What we don't know, as I mentioned before, is how many new routes we might need to add for growth or specialized education needs that we just simply don't know until they happen. We'll talk about our fleet next. And moving right along to the next one, thank you so much. We are driven by safety. Another pun, I've got to acknowledge my executive assistant. She's very funny. She's very punny. So we expertly maintain 2 district fleets. Tonight I'm talking about our bus fleets, but we also have our white fleets that are driven by nutrition services, our operations and maintenance team primarily. Through proactive maintenance and daily safety checks, our team ensures the highest reliability for every student and every vehicle. We've got 149 education buses, 125 active specialized education buses, and 15 over-the-road buses. Those over-the-road buses are really workhorses. They serve a lot of our outdoor ed components. They're able to be driven on rougher roads. There are 289 buses in our fleet right now. Annual maintenance is required on these vehicles, so that at any time, about 12% of our specialized education buses are in for annual maintenance and repairs, and 27% of our general education buses are unavailable for, because of maintenance and repairs. Next slide, please. So this is the age of our fleet. CDE has best practice that we don't have vehicles over 15 years out on the roads. You can see we have that, but all of CDE commented on the fact of the maintenance of our fleet and how well maintained our fleet is. Very excited and grateful to our county taxpayers for approving the bond, those 0 to 5. Those are the buses that we've seen come online primarily through 2024 bond funding. Some of those older buses are over-the-road buses. They don't have a lot of miles on them, but they are a workhorse bus. And we will continue to try and work to get new buses. A new bus costs outfitted about $200,000, just over $200,000. Where are we? Isn't that just under $200,000? Until you put the gas in it, and then it's over $200,000. So let's talk about the people who keep our vehicles safe. The skilled mechanics and shop team tackle the daily challenge of keeping our aging fleet, and it is aging, running smoothly, and ensuring a safe ride for our drivers and our students. We'll move on to third-party transportation. So we cannot support all of the transportation needs of our students, so we do rely on third-party. We have contracted companies, which include Colorado Transportation Industries, NOAA Cares, Rides, Hop, Skip, Drive, Everdriven, and VIA. The average cost to transport each student using third-party is about $80 a ride. We spend about $10 million a year on third-party transportation. We provide essential mandatory transportation for 325 students. 225 of those are specialized education needs kiddos, and this is a full calendar year, which is the 173 regular days, plus 16 days of extended school year, and potentially some summer field trips as well for those kiddos. The mandatory transportation is governed by some federal regulations and state regulations, which include Free and Appropriate Public Education, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, McKinney-Vento, which represents our any unhoused children, and Every Student Succeed Act, which is our foster children. We also provide CTE transportation, our career tech transportation, with third party. An initiative that's important to the district, and one of the reasons I have so much regard for our superintendent, is climate and culture. As we move on to that is something that the transportation team is continuing to focus on. There was a robust program before I kind of showed up on scene, and we're gonna move on to the next one, and it's really building excellence through connection. There's a laundry list here of events and activities and recognition events that we do to try and support the team. We are looking to add to that list. Some of the new initiatives, they can't get rid of me. I like them, and so I show up. We've initiated some monthly manager meetings, quarterly terminal meetings, and I'd like to share that our superintendent also has participated in some of those. We just did a climate and culture norms workshop for the leadership team, which went over really, really well. We've created a new specialized education team just to focus on that part of our transportation system and make sure we have the appropriate training. I want to give a huge shout out to our deputy superintendent, Hayek, and her team for helping educate us about how we can do better in our jobs and collaborate to deliver better service for our children. We've also created some assistant trainer positions within the hiring and assistant TEA trainer position. This allows us to not only expedite training, but also give opportunities to our drivers and our TEAs for career enhancement leadership opportunities as well. We have a bus behavior specialist for our general ed population, and we've added a bus behavioral specialist to work with some of our specialized need children. We've also looked at how do we engage with our education side of the house a little bit more and make sure cohesive messaging is coming from our schools to our bus drivers. I want to give a huge shout out to the team for last year's, this is This is it's called the Bus Rodeo, and it was a fabulous event. Really pleased our superintendent was able to join us that day. This is where we compete across the state. The bus drivers compete. One of our bus drivers placed third. One of our mechanics placed second, and the mechanics actually won that big trophy because they had so many placing in the top 10. It was a great team building event, and it actually was hosted at one of our Douglas County high schools last year. Another important initiative that we'd like to participate in, and I'm really pleased with the number of our transportation employees who participate in the Leadership Institute that's put on by our school district. This is the graduating class from last year. There's 4 people graduating tomorrow, so we're going to go celebrate their success. I think it's important that we all understand each other's roles and how we help and serve each other. And again, one of the things that is important to me is showing up and engaging, and this is just some pictures of me doing that with the team, which is, really celebrating the great job that they do. And that is my prepared presentation. I'm available for questions, and I've got my phone of friends right behind me.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Millay, for this presentation, and thank you to the Transportation Department team members who are here tonight to help support this really important conversation on a critical service that we provide to families across the district. We have about 10 minutes dedicated to Q&A to help ensure equal opportunity for each director. If we can limit it to one question to begin with and make sure everyone has a chance, I will open the floor. Director Densler.
Thank you so much, COO Millay. I really appreciate that presentation, and thank you to the Transportation Department for being here this evening. I had one question, and I didn't submit it in advance, so if I don't mean to put you on the spot, and if you need to answer it at a different time, that's totally fine. I'm a little concerned that new drivers are being hired at higher pay rates than existing drivers or existing trainers, which I feel like is definitely a morale problem and was cited in one of our previous conversations with transportation staff. Do we have a plan to address that?
So the hiring starting salary is based on experience, just with any other job within our district. And so if we have a driver that may be new to us, but is coming in that already has their commercial driver's license and has experience working in other school districts, they do start at a higher salary rate because of that experience that they bring in. It is something that we continue to look at, and I've had conversations with our cabinet member, Brian Condon, who leads the HR department, to talk about are we bringing people in at the right level? And I think it is something that the drivers have elevated to my attention and to our director of transportation. And what I can share with you is there's not a random system to just give someone more than others. And when someone is started above the minimum, it is because of the experience they're bringing to the team when they start. I also understand and appreciate that can be challenging and or frustrating to existing team members.
Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you to all of our bus drivers for the work that you do for our district and for our students. So the question that I had was just around the new initiatives. What is the feedback mechanism that you guys use to hear from staff, hear from our drivers about, what they're hoping to improve in culture and climate, and how does that inform your initiatives that are selected?
So we have had, and I appreciate it, very frank, open dialogue at the terminal visits. And I do hear some things. I recognize some people aren't always comfortable sharing that. And it hasn't happened yet, but after I just finished my last quarter visits at each of the terminals, and I am going to do a survey out to the folks. I'm working with HR to put that survey together. It will be completely anonymous survey. HR may have some insight into whose, but I will not have it. And then once I see that, I think I will look to respond and make some adjustments. I think we have reacted to some of the things we've already heard this year as far as expediting training. The assistant trainer positions and the assistant TEA positions are new initiatives that really came from bottom up after feedback that I received at the beginning of the year out in the terminals. So I think one thing that I need to commit, and I'm going to do it in front of you all so I make sure I do it, is get out and ride on the bus. While I've watched videos, I have not physically been on the bus, and that's something I know I need to do. And now I've said it here too, guys, so you know you can call me on it. But I do think there is opportunity to improve in that area, and that is something that I'm looking into to make sure we're getting that direct, honest feedback. When people leave, we do get, the survey of why they're going and where they're going to. There are some initiatives, and I've talked to my partners on cabinet about some things that we can change as far as, pay is weird, and we only get paid once a month, so that impacts. Sometimes people say, oh yeah, we'd love to start, but I can't wait that long to get my paycheck, so we lose people in that space. But yes, there is an opportunity to improve there on the feedback loop. But I try and be safe space. I really do try and be a safe space that they can just honestly give me feedback.
And just so board directors know, we received an invitation to ride on the buses as well at our Community Connections event held recently, so that is something open for us as well. Other directors, Director Geiger.
First, I wanted to thank the bus drivers and other staff who came to our classified staff community connections. I'm not sure we'd had them before. We got to say honest feedback, and I appreciated that very much. It was very helpful. I've been to the North Bus Terminal. Facilities less than luxurious, would you say?
That's an understatement.
Are we finding space or time to try to improve that workspace for our transportation workers?
That is something that I very much would like to do, and it's something that the superintendent and I have had conversations about. She and I are not happy with some of the conditions that we have. We have a terminal that there's no drink, you can't drink, the water fountain is completely duct taped. The toilets are, ancient and for elementary school children height. It is, the conditions, I will be very frank, that we have invested in the places where we have children and in the buildings where we have children. We have not invested where we have people in a work environment, and that is something that we can't do without additional dollars. There is it's not that nobody wants to do it, there has not been funding or an opportunity to be able to do it, but I do think that that's something that could be improved. Some of the feedback I have received also is, our training takes place only at Ponderosa in the mobiles outside of the high school, and some drivers are coming from a distance, and by that, even though we may pay more, by the time they pay for the gas and the time to get out to that one place where they can get the training, they've lost any income that they could have had. So it is something that I would like to see changed, and it's a matter of how we can make that happen with our existing buildings and the existing facilities we have and the existing financial resources that are available to us.
I have a question around rolling cancellations and how we address equity issues with families that really have the lack of ability to get their child to school. How do we manage that?
And I think our attempt to manage that was seen on the pie chart slide as we've increased the number of non-canceled general education routes. When we started the cancellations, we had, I believe it was 9 that we did not cancel, and that was based on attendance, and we are in close communication with the education side of the house, and when they've seen, and they have seen, attendance really dropped down. We now have 36 of our general ed routes that we do not cancel, and it's because we've seen that data. That really is the only way we can address it. So when we know more, get more data, we definitely try to never cancel those routes, those gen ed routes.
Okay, we have 2.5 minutes left for questions. I'm wondering if Director Callahan, Parker, or Ryan, nope. Okay, Director Densler.
Sorry, I'm double dipping. Just real quick, is there a mechanism or a system by which we are auditing or assuring the quality of our third-party transportation partners?
That is an initiative that, again, we have just begun, and I don't know, Donna, she literally has just started the process, and we have a team member assigned to start doing that work. We don't have any data to share with you, but that is something that's a goal for us by the end of the year to see where we can be in that, but yes.
I will ask a second question then. Qualification requirements. You had mentioned we have rigorous qualifications. Could you just speak to that a little bit?
So first, the getting the commercial driver's license, which we do pay for the training as folks go through that and getting the commercial driver's license. And then they actually, it's almost, I have a lot, I know more about, the world of police. Commander will laugh at me, but as you go through your training and then you become an FTO, and so it's field training, and you're actually out in the field doing that. So then once our drivers go through the written tests, they spend time with our trainers, and they are kind of released out onto the buses. There's, a very direct process that they have to do even before they get on the bus, checking the bus, walking around. And if they don't do all of those steps, they will fail. So you can fail before you even get into the bus. You get on the bus, and then you've got the driving portion of it, which is judged by the trainers and or one of the assistant trainers. There is random drug testing, which actually has impacted our ability to hire people. It's your record coming in. If you come in with any kind of a alcohol violation, or if you've got too many tickets, you're not even eligible to be coming into the pool. We are a very regulated entity, and CDE has baseline rules. I mean, I just learned you can't even back a bus up more than 200 feet. It's against CDE. You are not allowed to back up a 14-passenger or a 33-passenger or 77-passenger bus more than 200 feet. So any of those things that happen would be a failure. So there are very strict rules about what can and cannot be done with our buses and with our children on our buses.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much for the presentation.
And would you give them a...
Absolutely.
These guys are amazing, and what I can't overstate is the dedication of the transportation team, the fact that they're here tonight, and they do love and care for our kiddos. So thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Time. Come on.
All right, thank you so much for being here tonight. Our next item is item 4.2 on polling and MLO discussion with a 30-minute presentation followed by a 30-minute Q&A. At the February 10th board meeting, the board directed the superintendent to explore a 2026 MLO that included polling and other efforts, which we will hear about this evening. And with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Kane.
Okay, we'll see if I can advance the slides, but if I can't, I'll just say advance, please. Okay, look at that, I did it. Okay, so the main goal of tonight is to share the polling results from the proposed 2026 MLO. I did include many of the same slides and graphics that were included last time, mainly for transparency to the public, not to keep going on over and over the same information with the Board of Education. So I'll go through some of that really quickly before I hand it over to our pollster. Okay, so as you may recall, in the last meeting, we talked about how to create a sustainable funding plan based on the Board of Education ends and the strategic plan, as well as our master capital plan. And so this was the long-term sustainable funding plan that was recommended by staff. And just for the public that is listening, our mill rates for our bond have been plummeting since about 2013, down about 10 mills. So in 2013, our mill rate was about 15 for a bond, and now it's 5. Likewise, our MLO rate has also been steadily going downward, and that's because we have a fixed dollar amount MLO that is spread over more and more households and more assessed valuations. So both of our tax rates that we're in control of have gone down significantly since 2013. And in fact, the impact to an average household dollar-wise is about half of what it was in 2013, and that's in today's dollars. So if you inflation adjusted, it would be even more dramatic. So we've got to get our tax rate up a little bit intentionally to get ourselves to where we can stabilize our tax rate, fund our district, fund our students, fund our schools, and keep it stable for taxpayers long term. So that is what this long-term sustainability plan is about. And the first step in this plan is a 2026 MLO for somewhere around $40 to $50 million. So again, I've gone over that this is the bond tax rate, the blue, and you can see how that has dropped since 2013. And just, I did an overview of school taxes, which all of you know about, but I wanted to make sure the public had the information. There we go. This is our taxes just in the last 3 years. So in spite of passing tax initiatives, you can see our total tax rate is still trickling downward. And this was staff recommendation for a possible 2026 MLO. This summarizes the district's needs based on the Board of Education ends and the strategic plan. And these needs are in part what we polled on. We also got feedback on these needs from our board committees, as well as our district leaders and our charter school leaders, which I will share with you after we go through the polling. And with that, I want to introduce Todd Vitale to go through our polling results. So Todd, I'm going to hand it over to you. Thank you. Point this up and back, and you should be okay. Or I'll stand here and try and change it for you. Whatever's easiest. Oh.
Yeah, this is mine.
You can also see it up here if that helps.
Great.
So we'll start there. You can just tell me, see up there?
Well, good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for having me back to in front of the board here to share the latest results of our survey. I know I've only got about 15 minutes, so I'm going to move very fast through a very large survey, but I know we're going to have some questions at the end. Let me just kick it off by at a high level to say that the net of the results of the poll were, I think, quite positive. On a lot of fronts, but I am going to kind of kick it off, with a cautionary note and end with a cautionary note. Just to set the stage, we went into the field about a month ago. We interviewed 400 likely voters, mapped that to the expected turnout in November, and so obviously we're looking at a little different turnout profile this November than we've had in previous Novembers. One thing that hasn't changed since I've been engaged with you all over the last few years, we remain in a pretty partisan, polarized environment. And I think that's what this first slide shows as we set the stage and we just kind of look at what's the environment overall, how are people feeling about it. You'll note that as much as people really love the district and are really excited about a lot of the great things that are going on, there's still kind of a partisan environment. And so when you ask people about the direction of the district, they're still looking through a fairly partisan lens. And I don't think that will be any different as we approach November and it becomes more and more politicized. The voters right now are kind of divided about the district as in terms of the direction, very partisan element to that. And so our kind of Republicans, our older Republican males, being the most concerned about the direction, whereas really the independents and Democrats all really looking quite positively on the direction. Kind of then switching from kind of a more partisan, divided attitudes more towards focusing on the district itself, and you can see even going back to 23. Voters have a really good opinion of the district, and that has only improved over time. And so, indeed, I think we're in a decent environment, and I think all the hard work that you guys are doing is reflected in the polling. Oh, thanks. Okay. So, just even kicking it off, looking at some of the approvals for the different parties to this whole conversation. One thing you'll see across the board is that whether you're talking about the superintendent or the board or other aspects of the district, the grades are quite good across the board and getting better.
Can you have Mark, can you task him to advance? Okay, thank you. I just can't do it.
You got it.
Here we go.
Okay. And so you're looking at job approvals. We asked 6 of these. With superintendent at a +11, the board at +3. The legislature was the only negative body that we tested there at -15. The teachers union at +10. Everyone loves their teachers, +63, and even the principals at +38. So a lot of that goodwill towards the district, you'll see carries over into questions and confidence in your ability to spend money properly, and that's reflected here. When you look at, we drilled down and asked specifically about the district grade, and so we asked them to give a grade of A to F on the district overall, and then you'll see in a moment, we also drilled down into a whole bunch of subsets of the school district, and on all of those fronts, you'll see in a moment, but we're really doing quite well. You can see even improving over pretty high marks in 2022 I think when you all started doing polling at about 45% AB, that's moved up to now 54% AB on the overall score for the district. So trending quite positively and really providing, I think, a path for you all to have an opportunity to go at this mill in 26. So as you can see, when we tested a battery of 7 different specific aspects of the district, from the quality of the buildings, which was quite high at 71% AB, certainly reflecting to some degree the hard work you guys have done with the bond, the safety and security of the schools, quality of teachers, quality of athletic and extracurricular facilities, quality of academics, all over 50% A and B. The only 2 items that were not above 50% AB score were career and technical, and special programming for special needs and services. Both still pretty high, but nonetheless on the bottom of this battery. I also think it's important to note that those are in fact 2 of the things that we're addressing in a potential mill ballot question is career technical and special education. So yeah, next. Look at that, it works better. When we then asked people, we followed up and we gave them a list of potential things that we know the district needs money for and asked people to prioritize that spending. And so in that battery, you can see here, and I think this really speaks to the current draft of the MLO proposal, focusing on workforce development. Teacher pay, of course, is at the very top in terms of priorities, and that's an important piece of this. Financial literacy, you'll see that in the messaging section, very important element, as well as special ed and security officers at schools, all kind of in the top of that battery, and you can see as we go down that prioritization. Okay, next. Shifting into the ballot, the key question we asked people in this particular case on a $50 million MLO, $27 per 100,000 home value. Currently, comes in at a 55% in terms of the support for that, with a 31% definite. On the flip side of that, 45% against, with 32% against. So I think the net of this is there's a path here to be successful. It's a little bit lower. Let's go to the next one. Just to give you some context in our, I think it's the wrong way there, other direction. When we went back and you look at what we've done over the last 3 or 4 cycles. Back in 2023, of course, we had a bond that we put forth. It tested at 48, and it actually came in at a little bit less, at 47, unsuccessful. Obviously, the 23 levy, that one tested at 49, and the election results came in at 52, so exceeded a little bit, which is pretty rare. Usually you're yes. It's a matter of holding the line on yes throughout the course of a campaign. And then, of course, in 2024, when we put the bond forward, that we tested, our last poll was at 60%, and we nailed that in terms of the campaign success. But I think a good example of I think the reality is very, very hard to improve the yes. And so when I come in for this particular proposal at 55, it leads me to believe that there is, in fact, a path. It's not going to be a layup. As you know, in this current environment, there's a lot of sensitivity about the economy. We're still in, I think, probably entering even more partisan, period here, where I think to the extent that this becomes a political football, it becomes more challenging. When we look back in '24, one of the things that we had going for us is that, the board was, I think, in consensus, and there was not a lot of acrimony at that point. There was, I think, direction from leadership towards voters saying, hey, there's agreement on this, and this is a proposal we can support. And so I think to the extent that voters see there being consensus and unanimity among leadership about the need for this and about the approach, I think that's really the key to being successful in 26. Okay, next one. We also did a series of a message battery, and so after we asked our first ballot, we then introduced respondents to a whole bunch of information about the proposal. And in total, we gave them 11 pieces of information, and then we re-asked the ballot. If you go to the next one. And this gives us a roadmap as to the best messaging to use overall and also in a targeted way. Overall, we were able to move the ballot about 3 points net. And so up at 56 after we gave them messaging. Not a ton of movement, but not surprising in the sense that I think a lot of people have been engaged about this, already have opinions about this. We're talking about a very small segment of our voters who are undecided and therefore persuadable. And of course, that's what we're going to recommend is in terms of a campaign, how to go about holding the line on that 55% and maybe trying to soften some opposition to it and in some subsets. I think that's the path to be successful. Okay, next one. When we lay out all those messages and we put them on a graphic that illustrates kind of the relative strength of each of these issues, we saw, and this is throughout the survey, a kind of a support around a couple key messages in particular. You're looking at the persuadable group, which is technically 37%. Of that group, this is an illustration of what issues move them the most. And again, you heard me reference this before, but financial literacy, teacher comp, campus security, and then even district cuts, 25, the fact that you guys have already done a lot of work on this front to be fiscally responsible, also successful with some groups. If you go to the next one. All in all, after we expose them to that information, we look and see what voters were persuaded and moved the most based on information. And so you're looking at kind of a ranking of those voter groups and how they moved and who moved the most. And so it gives us a little bit of an indication of how we would go about communicating to voters and targeting voters and educating them more about this proposal in efforts to try to drive that support up. In some cases, like in the case of Republicans and older, men over 55 who tend to be the most resistant to this. And in that case, we're probably just trying to soften the opposition a little bit. We probably won't get a majority of them. On the other hand, we know from past elections that even if we can just get Republicans up to 40% or something like that, the independents and the Democrats will make up the difference there. But you can see we've got high school age kids, older men, lower socioeconomic, working class voters. All of those are voters that indicated there's movement there and that we can persuade them to be more supportive. Okay, next. This is just a little, we call her Skittle slide, but just a layout of which messages work with which groups. And so you can kind of see, while we, in our message map, showed you some of the overall message theme that will be most effective, we've also got some themes that work with specific groups. And so obviously when you move into a campaign phase in a very targeted way, would look to target some of those voter groups for education. Okay, next. And so this is kind of, this is the leaving you on a cautionary note. as we did in the last poll, but we laid out the two strongest arguments in for and against this proposal, the net of which, yields a fairly competitive head-to-head, and in fact, a little bit less support overall when we kind of put both arguments up against each other, ended up with a 48% support. And so, again, I just want to make sure everybody understands that while I do think there's a path, I do think we can be successful, I do think that this election will yield even more of the kind of voters that I think would make up a winning coalition. Younger voters, more educated voters, all more likely to be a bigger part of this turnout in November than we even saw in the last election. So I think that bodes well for us, but because of all of the uncertainty around the economy and because of some of the polarization that takes place in the political environment, it's not going to be a slam dunk, and in fact, it's a pretty competitive, pretty divided voter set. So we would certainly need to do as we did in 24. If we're going to move forward with this, I think put together a sharp campaign team to really execute in the successful way that the team has done in the last election. I think this next one is just a summary. So yeah, all in all, that concludes our survey. I think I kind of laid out the top findings, and it looks like I'm running out of time anyway. So with that, I'll be happy to turn it over to questions.
If the board is amenable, I'll finish my part about the feedback that we got in other channels, and then both Todd and I will take your questions. Does that work? Okay, so hang out for just a minute.
I
You
think
need
we
to
have
keep-
10 more minutes allocated to the presentation
do.
time.
Next slide, please. Thank you, CTO Blair. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so the steps that staff took after talking to the board the last time is we went to the board committees to get feedback. So we went to the Fiscal Oversight Committee, the District Accountability Committee, the Long Range Planning Committee. The next MBOC Mill Bond Oversight Committee meeting isn't until April 29th, but I believe we are on the agenda. And we gave them the same presentation about long-term financial sustainability for the district as we gave to the Board of Education. And then we collected feedback. We also talked, of course, to our district leadership team, which is all of our principals and district directors. And we got feedback from them at the March 5th meeting. And then late last week, I was able to meet with just the charter school leaders, because this impacts them as well, to get their feedback. What we were looking for feedback on were priorities, right? That laundry list of the needs that the district has. A $40 to $50 million MLO is not going to get all of those needs, so we needed some sense of prioritization in addition to Todd's great work. Next slide. So this is what the board committee feedback looks like. And the blue #1 means that's what that particular group ranked as the #1 priority. Likewise, the green #2 was the second priority. I think, and in the case of the DAC, second place or third place, depending how you look at it, was a dead tie. So that's why you don't see a 2 on the DAC. And so you can see that compensation was 1, 2, or 3 for all of the groups. Personal financial literacy, not surprisingly, spoke very much to the Fiscal Oversight Committee. And, but you can see career and technical education was #2 for the FOC and the LRPC. So you can kind of get a sense for what your community members that volunteer in your committees think are priorities. Next slide, please. And then this is the feedback from the district leaders and the charter leaders. And then the green box off to the right is the aggregated feedback of all of them, the committees and the district leaders. Keeping in mind that a lot more district leaders answered the survey than committee members, so it's going to be skewed towards what the district leaders want, the overall average. And so from the district leaders' standpoint, #1, and charter leaders too, #1 is competitive compensation. #2 was specialized programming for our students with special educational needs, and an annual curricular investment for our charter leaders, and that was #3 for our district leaders. So you can see that their rankings are very similar, and they're similar to the board committees as well as to the polling. So there's a lot of coalescing, especially around compensation, career and technical education, curricular investment. There's a lot of consensus around those items. Next slide, please. We also asked your board committees as well as the district leaders how they felt their level of familiarity was, not only with a possible MLO, but with the long-term sustainable funding plan in general. And you can see the familiarity was pretty high. We asked them to rank on a scale of 1 to 10 how comfortable they felt. 10 was like, I know everything, and 1 was, I know nothing. And all the other numbers were in between. So you can see the most was at an 8, so people are feeling pretty comfortable with the information, given that they took the survey right after they heard the information. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So next steps for us, we will come back on April 21st to the Board of Education and recommend a very specific MLO package, including dollar amounts and what those dollar amounts staff recommends be allocated to based on all of the feedback that we have received, as well as specific information on the impact to our taxpayers, and all of those different things. We will present that to the board on April 21st. And on April 21st, which is a business meeting, we will ask the board to decide if you want staff to continue to explore a 2026 MLO based on all the information that you have to date. And then, of course, a final decision would not be made by the Board of Education until August to put something on the ballot. Should the board direct staff to continue with exploration of an MLO, a lot of things will happen. We'll be building messaging kits for all of our schools and all of our leaders, as well as for the Board of Education. Doing a ballot initiative is a huge commitment on the part of staff as well as the Board of Education. For example, we would love to see our board directors go talk to the school accountability committees and parent-teacher organizations for the schools in your individual director districts to talk to them about funding. We also have a list of community meetings from Rotary clubs to chambers, et cetera, where we will be going to present information and to talk about the potential ballot initiative. And they love to see Board of Education members there as well. So you'll be getting a sign-up sheet for those. Those meetings will really start in earnest over the summer. And as for visiting SACs and PTOs, the very best time to do that is right when the school year starts, so that the information will be fresh on people's minds. With that, we would both be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vitale and Superintendent Kane, for the presentation and for beginning this exploration process. As we all know, an MLO is not to be taken lightly, given the amount of work that it requires, given the funds it takes to put it on the ballot and the long-term implications it has for our community. And tonight it's a work session. We won't be making any kind of motions to direct work. So really, the next 30 minutes is about us asking questions and getting more clarity around what would be important for us each individually. So if the board does decide to place the question on the November ballot, as Superintendent Kane said, that motion wouldn't happen until August. But there is work that would need to be done between now and then. And so this is a really important conversation. Thank you. So we have 30 minutes for Q&A at this point, and I will just open it up for board questions. Director Callahan.
Two questions. I'll start with Superintendent Kane. Could you just talk to us a little bit about how this would impact charter schools?
Yes, absolutely. All of our mill levy overrides are shared with our charter schools based on the percentage of our students that are in their schools. So overall, about 24% of our students attend a neighborhood school, a charter school in Douglas County. That isn't counting the students that attend Hope Online outside of Douglas County. So 24% of our Douglas County kids attend a charter school, so we share 24% of the MLO with them. And to give you an example of what that's looked like in the past, The charters have to turn in a plan to the district that says this is how we plan to expend our MLO funds to ensure that it's consistent with the ballot language, and then they just verify to us that they have done that. Typically, most of our past MLOs, and when I say past, I mean all the way back as far as 1989, our MLOs ballot language have been pretty flexible, so we haven't had to worry too much for our sake or theirs. The last MLO in 2023 was not flexible. It was very adhered to $6 million for security and $60 million for compensation increases. The charter schools gave compensation increases equivalent to what we gave across our staff, and we ensured that they were spending the money on an SRO in accordance with the security proportion. For this time, it is important to note that for this time, let's say we invest so much money into career and technical education. Of course, our charters wouldn't be using, the K-8 charters wouldn't be using their share to invest in career and technical education since they don't have high school students. So the ballot language gives a list of things, but for our charter schools, for any individual school, they don't have to do all of those things. They just need to make sure that they cover one or more of the items on the ballot. Same with our individual schools, obviously. Redstone Elementary is not implementing career and technical education. So for the voters, we're talking to them about our entire district. I hope that makes sense. Out of this $50 million, if we did a $50 million MLO, $12 million would be allocated to our charter schools.
I didn't have my rule for one question, so if you can hold it, we'll try one, and then we'll circle back around. Who wants to go next? Director Geiger?
I have a polling question. It feels to me like one of the reasons we're polling positively at the start is because we've continued to build on this over time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there then a danger that if we don't continue to maintain that good faith, that we could lose or fall back on some of that?
Sure. I mean, I think confidence in the district is fundamental to people being willing to support. I mean, we know that over half of our voters don't really have any regular connection with the district. And so in that respect, I think that they're, a lot of times they're going off of, the public impression of the district. They're maybe taking their cues from, from district performance and all these things that are trending positively. So I think you need to keep up those metrics. I think voters want to see consensus in terms of leadership. I think when there's a lot of disagreement, or if there were to be, issues in executing on the past ask, which we don't have here, I mean, I think those are things that would, could slow you down. But right now, I think that the district stands in very good, very good place.
And does that then argue for proceeding, essentially striking while the iron is hot?
I don't know if I would think of it that way. I mean, I think that every election cycle is different. I do think goodwill towards leadership and towards the district is hugely important, and you have that. And so I think to the extent that right now the district is faring well in terms of ratings, I think in terms of there's confidence, voters have seen you pass these before. I think you guys have been doing a great job in terms of communication. So all that is momentum we can build on. And as I said, I think, as I look across all my clients all over the country, particularly for tax-related measures, I definitely think this is going to be a better year than average, just in terms of expected turnout and the profile of that turnout. I think all that probably fares well for you. I think the only cautionary note really is the economy, and right, we've got a lot of big macro variables in play, and so between now and November is an eternity. But right now, you guys are, I think, well positioned to be successful if that's what you decide to do.
If I could just, I'm so sorry. Can I add? If I could just add to that answer, one of the things that we talked about when discussing the results of the polling that was persuasive to voters is the return on investment. Voters are absolutely able to see that we spent the 2023 MLO and the 2024 bond the way that we said they would, and they were able to see specific outcomes, such as scores continuing to rise and turnover dropping. So that was one of the things that came out of the poll as well.
Thank you. Director Thompson?
So it's not so much a question, more than like a comment on what I know that I need for a decision moving forward. So what I would like to understand is what our needs are. So when we're looking at the priorities, I can tell that priorities and the way that staff votes, right, that's part preference and part because there's a need. And so I would like to fully understand what the need is, how funding would address that need, and I would like to know how it's articulated from the school level up. So how is that need defined by our teachers, by our building leaders, and how this is going to address that? So.
Thank you for that comment. Yes, we agree completely. So we have a giant spreadsheet that has all of the needs articulated in those various categories along with the price tag and what that price covers. We had to narrow our spreadsheet down a great deal. So what we will be delivering on April 21st is a pretty detailed list of what is in those needs and what is behind them. And just to give you an example, the cabinet, we were working on it today, it will cost us $25,000 a year to add unified sports programming to the elementary school level. So that's just one example, but those are the articulated needs that are put in and how much they cost individually.
Director Densler.
Yeah, this is for Superintendent Kane, but also for the members of the board that were involved in the last MLO. I'm like thinking about the sort of persuadables, right? There are some voters we're never going to reach. And I'm just wondering, in your experience, like what are things that you, and this is a kind of a meta level question, and I know that each political climate is different and each ask is different, but are there things in your experience that have helped sway people, again, from that sort of persuadable pool?
I think honest and transparent communication has been extremely helpful. Just talking to taxpayers about where we are and what our needs are, and also showing them that return on investment over and over. One example is we do, since I arrived in 2022, we've been doing a mailer to every house in Douglas County that's an annual report about the school district that shows people our return on investment, you know, what we've been doing with our investments, what our successes have been, what our challenges continue to be, just a really honest, transparent look at our school district. And we use that same kind of approach with our community and community groups to be really transparent. I also think that one of the things that's really helped us in the past is having that bipartisan support, especially across independents. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
You asked other board directors too. Do any directors care to weigh in? Director Geiger?
Let's see, I walked in 18, I walked in 22, I walked in 23, I walked in 24, so done a bit of this. It's one, those of you who are new to the board cannot truly right now appreciate how much work it is for the board or how much work it is for staff. It's as much as you think and then quite a bit more. I think things that have worked in the past is expanding our outreach, talking to groups that are not normally that involved. One of the things that will be key at any point is formulating once the school district can no longer comment, is having a strong citizens committee to work together. I think I see Ms. Gilstrap sitting halfway up there. You're in the lights. We have in the past had a benefit of having some very involved citizens of all parties and all ideas to support this, and that will be an important part of finding someone to do that and put that together. So those are things that strike me. Good shoes, because you're gonna have to knock on doors.
I think I wrote down transparency and accountability, and then I think the return on investment piece, and all of that is what's building confidence. And that's what really struck me with the polling results, was the level of confidence in the district is really continuing to improve, which is really nice to see. The polarization piece is the polarization piece. And I think the only way to overcome that is to continue to try to be as transparent and public and out there and answering questions. So I'll keep us moving forward. Other questions from directors? Director Parker?
Yeah. So the reason why this is such a big ask, because we're not deciding if it gets approved or not. We're just deciding if it gets on the ballot. And so I like that idea because it gives the power to the people. It lets the community decide. It gives the community a voice. And so the biggest barrier would be the cost it is on the district to complete this campaign, correct?
So the cost that the district pays for is actually the literal cost to put it on the ballot. And that cost depends on what, it can be as much as 300,000, it can be as little as 100,000, it depends on what other items are on the ballot and what other municipalities are splitting the cost of the actual ballot. So that's one cost the district bears. The other cost the district bears is really around staff time and communications, to make sure that we're educating the community, because that's our primary job, is that transparency piece that President Meek mentioned, and just really educating our community. The campaign itself is entirely separate from the school district. Usually the campaign is stood up by the Board of Education. The school district, can provide information and again do community education, but once the Board of Education votes in August, it is the campaign that takes off from there, and coordinates efforts. And those of us in the district are welcome to volunteer our time, our personal time for that effort, and all of us do in droves. Everyone in this room does in droves, but the district no longer bears a cost as a school district.
Okay, so the cost, in August, will we know what that cost would be?
Yes, we will for sure. We should know in August. We'll give you an estimate on April 21st, but again, there are a lot of variables that we don't know right now.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
And I think Superintendent Kane said this, but all of the work of the staff that has to be done is a pretty significant cost as well. All of that prep work. Director Ryan, did you have a question? No? I think you had a second question, didn't you? Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, I have a question, and then I get a turn. I appreciate hearing what our board committees shared. I noticed we didn't have a chance to get in front of the student advisory group, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on how we can get student voice around those priorities and needs.
Thank you for that question. The honest answer is that it will be really challenging. We will have the results of the student experience survey to kind of get an idea overall of where our students are at. But it will be really challenging to get the student voice before we make a recommendation to the Board of Education as far as what priorities are. That being said, I think it's really valuable to go talk to the student advisory group at the beginning of the school year when it's the newly constituted student advisory group, and ask them questions about reaching students. How do we talk to students? How do we reach students? How do we help students understand how the district is funded and what the district's needs are?
Thank you. Director Callahan?
I just want to make sure I understood something you said earlier about the polling. In that, in these numbers, you're not necessarily accounting for what historically has been proven in a midterm election, that the party in power typically sees a decline, and that impact is not in any way baked into the numbers that we're currently looking at. Is that correct?
Well, I think they are baked in to the extent that all of our sample is modeled. And so when we control all the demographic variables that we need to control to get the sample reflective of an electorate that we've modeled. And so we've modeled a November electorate, and the modeling factors in that dynamic. And so what you're referring to would be, differences in turnout. And so when you're referring to those big differences between an on year and a off year, non-presidential, there are some shifts in terms of the demographics. We know in a lower turnout which this year or this November will be a slightly lower turnout, I would expect, than a presidential turnout. And in that dynamic, we would also expect in a lower turnout, slightly higher educated, slightly younger, probably more parents of students. So I think those dynamics are baked into these numbers and, hopefully are reflective. As we get closer, we're constantly refining that to make adjustments to things that we're seeing that are happening as we're approaching November. But this is a snapshot in time. And so of the most likely electorate for November as of March. And so if that answers your question, it is built in, but it'll become more and more accurate as we get closer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I would just add that just to remind everyone that we will do another round of polling over the summer, a little bit closer to the election, where we poll actual ballot language, but we'll have a better idea at that time. I suspect that the turnout, the likely voter turnout dynamics will shift, which may shift how they respond. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's what will shift is, certainly attitudes change as time goes on, but also who makes up that electorate and how much drop off we see. To what extent independent voters are less of the makeup than Democrat, Republican voters, which is also what we tend to see in midterms. A little less turnout from the independents, a little more turnout, relatively speaking, from the partisans. So I think there'll be some of that dynamic. All that said, Douglas County has incredible turnout numbers. So, some of the dynamics you're referring to are even more pronounced in other places, but Douglas, because turnout is so high, I'm not expecting it to be dramatic in terms of the differences there.
Director Geiger?
I appreciate all the feedback from district leadership team, et cetera. Do we intend to or have a way to reach out to get teacher feedback, both on support for the MLO and on their prioritization as well?
Yes, what we typically do to receive teacher feedback is during the April Professional Development Day. As you may recall, for the new directors, the April Professional Development Day is a day when I personally go visit with all the teachers in our district by talking to every feeder area, and all the teachers in that feeder area come. It's a very exciting day. It's also a very crazy day. And part of what we do, and what we'll do this year, is I talk about the MLO, and I'll talk about those priorities, and we give them an opportunity to take a survey right on the spot, so that we can get some info. So we have a QR code and we make it fun, and they take a survey right on the spot about, are you excited about a possible mill levy override? Are you personally willing to help? Just a different, just to get a perspective on how supportive they are. What we don't have is a vote per se on the priorities, because again, those will be recommended to you already by that point.
Other questions? Mr. Vitale, on the follow-up poll, if the board decides it wants to do a follow-up poll, which is our process typically when we are seriously considering going out, was there anything you saw in this poll that you would really want to explore further or understand better in a second poll?
I think this gave us a very clear path. Obviously, I think, as Aaron mentioned, as we get closer, I think that we will put a little more meat on the bone as far as the ballot language. And I think anytime you transition from kind of a concept test to true ballot language, there's always going to be variation there, and there'll, often some drop off, we'll see. But, I think that ballot language is really the key thing. You want to give a read and make a judgment based on, ballot language, not just on a concept test. So this is, I think we did a good job of framing this and giving this group an early indicator of whether this is viable. But as Aaron mentioned, I think to, make this decision later in the summer, to have another data point Also, that includes an update in the political environment, and who knows, where we'll be in the summer, but it'll be another look at this, and we will have sharpened the tool a little bit in terms of the ballot language and the precision of the language and stuff like that.
Other directors? I'm happy to fill the time on this topic. All right, so I think teacher voice, staff, all staff voice, and student voice are really critical elements. They're closest to the dance floor. So I really think even if we can't have that in time for the priority conversation, et cetera, if we can have it before making any kind of final decisions as to what would be on the ballot in August would be a really important element for us to hear, speaking as one board director.
We would be happy to do that. The priorities are based on the Board of Education ends. They come directly from the Board of Education ends that, of course, had a significant amount of community input before you all formed your ends. But we certainly would be happy to put out a broader survey, and we can do that probably pretty soon.
Oh, Director Callahan?
Just a couple notes. Thanks for all the work that went into this. A couple data points that really stood out to me as I reviewed the data. I think the first one was how overwhelmingly positive our people feel about their neighborhood teachers. I think that that really jumped off the page to me. And then, whether it's the different committees that reviewed the data or in the polling itself, how well compensation polls, I think that really jumped out to me. And then I think I'm also reminded that Douglas County is still compensating our teachers at the lowest rate relative to other major districts. And I think this mill really presents a unique opportunity to really close that gap.
Thank you. Any other comments before we, Director Parker?
I have a question. What determines if we do a fixed rate or not fixed rate on the ballot initiative?
That's a really good question. Thank you very much for that. We have several options. We have passed a number of MLOs since 1989. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons that our mill rate has continued to go down is that those mills are all fixed amounts. So whatever it was the district was asking for in 1989, where they got $1.5 million to do it, $1.5 million today does not buy whatever that was. So those fixed dollar amounts don't adjust for inflation and they don't adjust for growth. They just remained fixed over time. If we ask for a fixed dollar amount again, then we will have to continue to ask for general mill levy overrides. As we're impacted by inflation, the purchasing power of that fixed dollar amount will diminish over time. But that is a choice. We can ask for a fixed dollar amount as we have in the past. We can also ask for a dollar amount and then put a cap on future mill levy overrides. So under the law, we are capped at 28% of the School Finance Act funding for our mill levy override, and so we can ask our taxpayers to provide funding up to that cap, and then we would lower our mill as that cap is reached. That's another option, and that's kind of the second option that you mentioned. When we poll in July, it will be our recommendation that we poll 2 different ballot questions to see kind of what the support looks like and take it from there.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, we actually got through this one faster than we thought. So thank you very much for being here tonight. Thank you for the presentation, and we appreciate all the information. Thank you.
That was really great. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
All right. right, our next item on the agenda is 4.3, the potential central office consolidation. This one has a 10-minute presentation followed by a 15-minute Q&A. And Superintendent Kane, thank you for bringing this work forward, and we look forward to the presentation.
Thank you very much. My caveat is that I managed to end the last presentation with 5 minutes left. I may need to bank it for this one, but I'm going to try really hard to get through all of this. This is what we'll be talking about, is how we look at facilities and operations. Next slide, please. I hope this is all right. Okay. So I want to start with the board ends, as I always do, and I'm looking at the bottom left where I circled in orange that the results shall be produced at a cost that demonstrates good stewardship of resources. Next. All right, consolidation and cost-cutting efforts. So as all of you know, we have taken steps in recent years to make sure that our district is more financially viable in the long term by trying to look at ongoing operating costs and what we can do to be more efficient in terms of our ongoing operating costs. And here are a few of the steps that we've taken. We consolidated schools where enrollment has declined, which will result in thriving schools, better opportunities for our kids due to economy of scale, and the reduction of ongoing overhead expenses such as administration, et cetera. We've consolidated the staff in the Cantrell building into other office sites and sold that property to Castle Rock. We have been working to right-size our district by 27-28 by about $15 million in order to maintain our fund balance at pre-COVID levels and in order to support the pay increases that we gave to staff. And we have recommended a funding plan to partially restore and stabilize our tax rate while ensuring sustainable funding going forward. And then in the orange, I have a quote from the Master Capital Plan. In an effort to realize the aforementioned revenue and cost savings, the district has been diligently identifying and implementing opportunities for property disposition and the relocation and consolidation of district functions and programmings. Next slide, please. So, in terms of Douglas County School District's central administration, or our central office staff, we are spread across 9 locations. This includes transportation, operations and maintenance, and all the rest of central staff. And how did we get to where we're spread across 9 locations? Well, our school district grew really, really, really fast in the 90s and the early 2000s. So as we exceeded capacity at a certain building, we just went and got another one. So we've been kind of all over the place. You can see on this map what those 9 different locations are. And I also included who is located in those 9 different locations. Next slide, please. Here's some of the challenges that we have in terms of our operating efficiency going forward. The cost to maintain those 9 sites is pretty significant. A lot of those sites are old. COO Millay talked about our transportation terminal, our northwest, whichever transportation terminal, and how old that building is. Certainly our Wilcox building is very old. We also haven't properly maintained any of those 9 locations over the last 20 years. And I got a question recently from Castle Rock about, well, that's your own fault. Why didn't you properly maintain your buildings? And the answer is, well, we have to pass bonds in order to maintain our facilities, and we have always prioritized the buildings that have our children in them, and those are the buildings that we have maintained. There is a lot of cost for staff time and mileage to travel between sites. Even looking at my cabinet team, we are spread across 4 different sites. Just this team and their teams are all spread across multiple sites. The inefficiencies of heating, cooling, custodial, facility management, et cetera, of all those buildings. And then, of course, some of our sites that we've kind of overflowed into are leased sites, which is not great for taxpayers. And, of course, there are various work environment impacts when you are spread across so many sites, most of which are deteriorating, to say the least. Next slide, please. It's a habit to go over there. Specifically talking about our headquarters building, the Wilcox building in Castle Rock, which is a building that is near and dear to my heart as someone who has been in Douglas County for 27 years and counting. And I just put up some old pictures just to make us feel even worse, but the Wilcox building was built actually in the very late 1800s. It burned down and it was rebuilt in the early 1900s. And the building that you see today is built around this 1925 picture. It was added to again in the 40s and the 50s. The Wilcox building, as you guys know firsthand, since we've moved our board meetings here, has a whole variety of problems, a lot of which have been reported in a recent survey, but they're all problems that we know of. And so I won't belabor them because I know that you all know that there's a lot of challenges in our Wilcox building. The number one challenge is anything we touch, we have to update everything. So if we touch anything, we have to bring the whole place up to code, and that's incredibly expensive, and we can't put any more duct tape on anything. We don't have an elevator that reliably gets to the second floor. We have significant challenges all across the building. Next slide, please. I had to put a pitch in here for Castle Rock. As you all know, Castle Rock sent a letter encouraging us to maintain our location in downtown Castle Rock because they love having us in downtown Castle Rock, and they have been truly incredible partners. All the partners that you see here put together a little task force to try to determine what it would take to get the Wilcox building up to standard and kind of how Castle Rock could help. I'm incredibly grateful to them. They did do an independent estimate of what it would take to bring the Wilcox building up to standard. So they had their own contractor come and crawl the roof and crawl the basement and look through all the things, and their estimate was the same as ours. Next slide, please. So we have the option, certainly, to repair and refurbish Wilcox, the Wilcox building. Now, you may ask me, do we have to do it this minute or everybody moves out? No, but every minute that we wait, we're getting closer to where there's something that will happen that will cause us to have to shut down the building. The one-time cost is $22 million to bring the space up to standard and to expand it enough for us to get people out of rented space. And the challenges with that are the parking. We have nothing to offset that $22 million. We don't have $22 million sitting in the bank, and we would need to figure out how to fund that. And it doesn't really provide with very much in terms of ongoing savings. We would have the same FTE and the same people. We would probably have more efficient utilities at that one building. But other than that, it's the same configuration moving forward. Minus the rental space. The pros, of course, are the historical significance of the building. We love, love, love being in downtown Castle Rock, and again, they have been wonderful partners. And the added space would allow us to move out of rented space. Castle Rock was very kind, and they very much want to help. But when we kind of really talked about what help would look like and what kind of numbers we were talking about, it was kind of in the $1 to $2 million range, which just really doesn't take a chunk out of $22 million. Next slide, please. So we have a unique opportunity right now. As you all are aware, I'm sure, the office building market is at historic lows. People have been giving away office buildings because they can't sell them. I mean, there are truly office buildings everywhere. Realtors tell us that that market is going to begin recovering as companies are starting to bring remote employees back in-house. There is a building available in Meridian, and we did go ahead and put a picture of it there. And it is 140 square feet, so it's 4 times the size of Wilcox, which would allow us to move central staff, a lot of central staff, have meeting space, potential student programming, and lease revenue. Like I said, the market is at an all-time low, and an old building like Wilcox will only get more expensive to operate, and the longer we wait to bring it up to standards, the more expensive it will become. Next slide, please. So this is a second option that is only available because we have identified a building that is at the absolute bottom of the market. And so the cost, you can see I had to make the orange much smaller because the cons are much less. The one-time cost would be $25 million. This is for a 140,000 square foot building. As you can imagine, it is a fixer-upper, so the $25 million includes getting the whole building up to the same standard so that we don't continue to have this problem that we've had in our district where we have to replace, parts of carpet at a time and parts of different things. There are many things in the building that are still working fine, like the HVAC units, but we have to look at ductwork. We've had the building completely looked at. And of course, it's change. In terms of the opportunity for consolidation, most of our central staff would be under one roof. We would have ongoing operational cost savings. We wouldn't be able to just move everyone in and get rid of all the other sites all at once. It would have to be a progression in order to make sure that we're addressing all of our needs, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. It would be an increase in legacy revenue, so part of the staff that we would consolidate is the staff that is at the legacy campus. We do have some central staff, the professional development team. I'm sorry, I did go over. The professional development team located at the legacy campus, we would be able to move them into the new building, freeing up significant space at legacy campus for additional student programming. We really want that building to be 100% student programming, and it would allow them to lease the space. Right now, 90% of the legacy campus space is used internally by the school district for various purposes and meetings and all of those things. So the lease opportunity of that beautiful building that exists is tremendous. The number of leases they turn down equates to about $400,000 or $500,000 a year. So if we were able to consolidate and provide meeting space in a building that is not like Legacy Campus, we can lease more of Legacy Campus. So it's an opportunity. It's also an opportunity for our kids. It's a really low cost. It's $180 a square foot. If we were to build, and we know a lot about building new buildings, building a new building is about $600 a square foot. The cost to refurbish Wilcox is $483 a square foot. $180 a square foot is a really good deal. And we would have the ability to offset at least some of the costs, and over the long term, probably all of the costs. And so I did put kind of some of the sources here later on in the slideshow, but the Wilcox property alone, we haven't had it appraised, but we have had it looked at, I guess, casually looked at, evaluated, and that property alone should raise about $10 million. Likewise with our West Support property, which we would not be able to part with right away because we have to solve the warehouse part of the West Support property, but we can do that over time by moving people off of our other properties. That property now is worth a lot of money, but in a couple of years, because that's where Castle Rock is developing out, that West Support property will be worth well more than enough to cover the rest of the $22 million. And so in the meantime, we would use the property revenue like Cantrill that we have been using to purchase buildings, et cetera. Next slide, please. So our initial plan would be to consolidate Wilcox staff, including all of the things that are listed, the West Support Center staff minus the warehouse. We'd have to keep the warehouse at West Support Center, but we could move some programs that are using leased space into West Support while we're keeping West Support, but we wouldn't keep it long term. The South Terminal, which is the Castle Rock Bus Barn, is what I think of it as, our central kind of messy location with all the buses and security and other things, and Jackie's home. We would consolidate 84 staff from that area, including our safety and security team. And our safety and security team are in a very, it's almost a temporary building. It's a very unfortunate building. And so to be able to move them into a building and build a true dispatch center that has all the safety aspects that they need will be extremely significant. The Legacy Campus, again, we would be able to relocate 65 staff from there, 24 staff from our Inverness campus, and various other staff we have at mobiles throughout the district. Jackie mentioned our training center for our bus drivers is currently at Ponderosa. If we vacate a significant portion of the bus barn, we have the opportunity to have training more centrally located. So once we move this first piece, there's a lot of opportunity to continue consolidating over the next 5 years or so down the road. And again, I put the sources of initial funding, but between the Wilcox site and a couple years later, the West Support site would more than cover the initial cost. But the really important part is the savings, the ongoing cost savings. So next slide, please. So in terms of the ongoing cost savings, there would be about $1 to $2 million a year initially in terms of custodial and utilities, et cetera. But as we continue to shed and dispose of sites, that savings would increase. We would also have some FTE savings because we aren't operating as many buildings that need to have as many touch points. We also would have opportunities for revenue. And of course, I always put student opportunities right at the top because the student opportunities that we could add to the Wilcox campus would be amazing. In terms of the new revenue, we would raise another $400,000 to $500,000 a year through leasing this space, but also the building comes with leased space and tenants, if that makes sense. And I actually understated the amount that the current tenants in the leased space raise if we just leave the tenants where they are. I understated it by about half, so it's closer to $400,000 to $500,000 a year. COO Malay reminded me that I was looking at all the cell tower stuff on a monthly instead of yearly, so it would be closer to $500,000 a year in terms of new building leases. So that would save a grand total of $4 million a year initially in terms of moving forward. As you know, we're trying to cut $15 million, so that would be tremendously helpful. Next slide. And then lastly, we absolutely asked the people. We had 213 responses to our central administration survey. And you can see kind of the summaries here. The summary on the right came from AI. And the summary on the left is 73% were in support of the consolidation. 19% want to keep Wilcox and stay there for various reasons. And 8% had other solutions, like buy a building in Highlands Ranch, or there were a whole variety of other suggestions. Next slide, please. And so the next steps for us would be if the Board of Education, just at this point by consensus, is okay with the staff continuing to explore this option, the Board of Education wouldn't have a decision point until the actual purchase and sale agreement comes before the board for that building. What questions can we answer? And I apologize that I went over.
Thank you. Obviously, well, thank you for the presentation and analysis. This is really helpful. Obviously, this is a significant transformation for our school district that's under consideration. So we have 15 minutes scheduled for Q&A. So let's just keep to one question first and make sure everyone has a chance to ask questions equitably. Who would like to go first? Director Thompson.
So first, it is still a little bit unclear to me how those timelines play out and then when the cost savings come in. I mean, it was helpful to hear the verbal explanation tonight, but that would be helpful. I think I would definitely like a visual. But one of the questions I have is, what are we anticipating, or maybe it's just a question that's answered in the next presentation, the disadvantages to the community of Castle Rock for moving our location out of this area?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, thank you for that question. There definitely are disadvantages for the community of Castle Rock. Castle Rock is fully aware that we are considering doing this. We've had multiple meetings with the organizations that I listed. There have been discussions out loud with town council in public session, so it's definitely known. The biggest loss to Castle Rock would be the 9 to 5 workers that are in downtown Castle Rock that use all of the businesses in Castle Rock for, lunch, going out to lunch and those kinds of things, because downtown Castle Rock businesses really need that 9 to 5 business to fill in for the nights and the weekends when they are very busy. So that is the biggest loss to Castle Rock. The other concern that you didn't ask about directly, but I think that I have, and we have, and Castle Rock has, is the preservation of the Wilcox building. It was the original Douglas County High School. Unlike Cantrell, it is not a national historic site. It's been designated historic, there's a plaque on it, by the county commissioners in the town of Castle Rock, but that doesn't mean that they have to, keep that building or do whatever. So something we would have talked to Castle Rock about is if we do sell the property, if we do go down this path and sell the property, we would get it appraised and Castle Rock would get the first right of refusal. I think the most likely path is that Castle Rock purchases the property from us in order to enhance parking, but also maintain the historic significance of the Wilcox building, which for us and for them would be an ideal solution.
Other questions? Director Geiger?
In terms of timelines, to follow up on Director Thompson, if we were to look at the consolidation plan, would you foresee moving at least the Wilcox people in 2026?
Close, but probably not. We're probably talking, we vaguely in our timeline, we have vaguely said winter so that could be that January 27 kind of timeframe. Construction is not moving super fast right now, and so we would be subject to what it would take to do those refurbishments. But that would also give us some time to really thoughtfully appraise and consider the future of that site and how we can work with Castle Rock. I asked COO Malay if she could get it done in 2 months, and she said no.
Well, I don't know if we can close on the building in 2 months, let alone do the construction. So.
Thank you for that question.
Great. Director Callahan?
I would underscore Director Thompson's request on the timeline. I think that would be really helpful. Can you talk to, you said the folks at Wilcox sometime in the winter, this coming winter. There are a lot of other folks that were mentioned in the presentation. What would be kind of the total timeline for consolidating all of the spaces that would eventually populate the new building?
So a lot of that depends. The numbers listed on the previous slide, that cohort would move in as soon as the building is ready, which we have some control over, but not all. So as soon as the building is ready, the cohort, keep going, good job, right here. This cohort would be able to move in. So for example, the benefit to Legacy Campus would start to take place as soon as all the folks moved in, the rental benefit. The adding pathways for students, if we have more career and technical education dollars through an MLO, we should be able to give additional opportunities to students. If not, we'll just have to wait for a bond or an MLO, but it'll be prepared for students. That's Legacy. Wilcox would be completely vacated and ready to sell. The reason West Support wouldn't be vacated immediately is that West Support has our warehouse. The new build, it's not a new building, but the building that we're looking at consolidating into does not have a warehouse space. So what we would have to do is eventually provide a warehouse space on that, in the bus barn area. Once we've vacated operations and maintenance, security, and the other teams from that area, we will have the room there to add a warehouse with nutrition services, which already has warehouse and refrigeration space there, and then the ongoing cost savings that would provide would be not only an FTE, but the warehouse folks, which are over here, and the nutrition services folks, which are over here, both have fleets of vehicles and drivers. And if they were together, we could consolidate the fleets and the vehicles and the manpower that it took to move things from place to place. And at that point, we would have the West Support site vacated and could sell it. So we absolutely will provide a timeline, but this is like pulling the thread of a sweater. As soon as you start pulling it, you have to consider all the millions of pieces. So we're just in the very beginning of the full sweater pulling process, but hopefully that gives you an idea. So it would be our goal to sell West Support within a couple of years, and then we have to look at our transportation terminals and just continue to look at how we can become more efficient as a district.
But those 500 sorry, excuse me, I just want to clarify or make sure it's understood. Those 500, almost just under 500 central admin staff would all be moving in to the new potential office building winter of next year, should this plan move forward.
I should have started with that. Thank you.
Director Ryan?
And these are less questions and more just highlighting some stuff that I think may have gotten buried in there. The estimate that Castle Rock came back with was actually more than what we had estimated, isn't that correct?
It depends on what you add in. It's not exactly an apples to apples comparison. Our estimate was about $20 million. Their estimate was 17 million plus another 2 to 3 million for the units that we would have to have, plus another million for furniture and equipment, because what we have there is broken.
Sprinkling the building. They didn't, excuse me, they didn't, as we sat and met with them, there was no money that they put in their contract amount for any environmental remediation that would have to happen in the building. There was no money included to sprinkler the entire building. So they did a really, really good job. And I'm not trying to say they didn't, but I've been living this a little bit. So when I asked follow-up questions of them, did you include this? Did you include this? Did you include this? They hadn't. So if we were gonna add those in, we get above. I walked out of there with minimum of 22, and that wasn't even guaranteeing that we would get everything.
And then the other one I wanted to highlight is, we said 22 if we keep Wilcox, 25 if we buy the new building, but it would be closer to 15 even just selling the Wilcox building to consolidate into the new.
Correct. And then that 15 could be earned back a couple of years later when we sell the West Support property. Whereas with the Wilcox option, we don't have the option to offload property in other spaces to pay for that 22 million.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's the largest we could get Wilcox realistically is just under 47,000 square feet. So, excuse me, 37. 30, yeah, it's 27 now, we would add 10. So I think.
So I couldn't help but sit here and listen to this and think about the MLO conversation as well, right? And why didn't we maintain question came up. And I didn't say this earlier, but I was able to listen to the DAC presentation that you gave. And afterwards, someone had said, well, why did the mill levy rate go down so drastically, the mill levy override rate? And so I think there are great opportunities to tell a story, right? Especially creating a consolidation plan. So the timeline, can't agree more with the timeline, but almost a consolidation plan. It's really complex. As you're describing, obviously so much work has been done in this area, and if that can be put into something like a master capital plan, we have a consolidation plan, right, that kind of demonstrates just how we are being good stewards with, and I love how you tie that back to the end statement. I just think it's a great opportunity to help explain to our community why decisions like this are being made, and so I just couldn't help but think that as I was sitting here and listening.
I really appreciate that, and it will be part of our State of the District presentation, that there are efforts being made to consolidate central administration the same way that we consolidated our schools. As to a detailed consolidation timeline, that will take us a little time to produce, and I just want to throw a little caution out there that we're also being careful, because we don't want to put something out that makes people feel like they're going to lose their jobs. So we're just trying to be really aware of, what we're putting out long term in terms of consolidations. I hope that makes sense.
Sure, I think we have time for one more question. Director Geiger.
This is kind of presented as an either or. There's actually a third. There's three options. Keep Wilcox as it is. I suspect the position is simply that that's not fair to our employees or efficient for our district. So if we set that one aside, I'm trying to figure out how we could renovate Wilcox with 300 people in it and do that efficiently. I don't understand that that's even a possibility. Feels like that building kind of, to be reconstructed, and tell me if I'm wrong, has to go down to studs and subfloors, and I don't know where we're going to put 300 people for the year while we do that.
Thank you very much for the question. You are absolutely right. It would have to be brought down to the studs because of all the materials and all the stuff that's buried in all the places.
And there's only water on one side.
And there's only water on one side of the building, and there's a whole lot of things. But to answer your question, where would we relocate the staff? that are currently, it's 133 staff that are currently in Wilcox. We would have to get creative, and we would. We are very capable of getting creative, but we would be putting people, shoehorning people into spaces. You know, we'd have to take over some space here at Legacy that couldn't be rented or used for a while because we have staff there. We'd have to have some temporary remote policies. I mean, there would be a number of things that we could do, and staff would be willing to be super flexible if at the end of the day they felt like they could work at a desk that isn't about to collapse in an environment where, you know, it doesn't smell and they can use the restroom and actually get into the restroom. So all of us, I think all the staff at Wilcox are willing to be very flexible.
Okay, seeing, it was. Any burning questions, though? Director Thompson?
Again, it just actually kind of builds on what Director Geiger just said. You just mentioned that earlier in the presentation, like the risk of something going wrong that could cause a shutdown of the Wilcox building. Just quickly, what is an example or some examples?
Sure, let's say the heating and cooling system ceased to work altogether. That would be an example. Or the water system shut off altogether. That would be another example. Or there was a problem with the fire system where it couldn't sense fires anymore. Any of those kinds of things, we use those same examples for our schools. In our master capital plan, we talk a lot about a capital issue that could happen that could cause a school to shut down. Those same capital issues could happen at Wilcox and cause the building to shut down for sure. And Director Geiger, you're right, of course. There is an option of status quo. It's just a question of how long is status quo going to last before something happens that closes the building down.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation and all the work underway to do this analysis. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts, so thank you.
May I just ask if there are any burning objections to us continuing down this path, understanding that the board has the final decision with the purchase and sales agreement?
I see no burning objections.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right, so this actually moves us into our policy governance section of the meeting. We'll start with item 5.1, policy GBEB, staff conduct for first reading. As a reminder, a first reading is an opportunity for the board to review proposed policy revisions, ask clarifying questions, and provide feedback before any future consideration for adoption. So no action will be taken this evening. The policy that we're looking at tonight outlines expectations for staff conduct, including professional, ethical, and legal responsibilities. This is an important policy that directly supports a safe, professional, and respectful learning environment across the district. So we will begin with a 5-minute overview from staff and then followed by a 10-minute board questions and discussion. Superintendent Kane.
Yes, Council Klemesh is going to give you an overview of the changes to this policy.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane and President Meek. This policy is coming to the attention of the Board of Education for first reading, essentially to address a change in the policy required so that it becomes consistent with revisions that were made to JLF and JLF-R related to reporting of child abuse. Last year, House Bill 251188 was passed, and it made a change to the mandatory reporting timeline by which mandatory reports needed to be made, so that the language now reads, those reports need to be made as soon as possible, but no later than 24 hours. In the past, as you can see in these revisions, the policy read that the report needed to be made immediately. And so as a result of changes which have already been made, and in fact, I think they were made in November of 2025, I think it was by this Board of Education, it was important that GBEB be revised so that it was consistent with changes that were already made by this board. And so these policy revisions that you are being presented with are consistent with policy revisions that already have been made and approved by the board in November. And so the request is to make the policies consistent with the state law revision as well as with JLF and JLFR. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but that is the basis for this change.
General Clemish, thank you so much for the overview. We have about 10 minutes for board discussion, so I'll open it up for questions. As everyone is thinking, I will ask, as a reminder, can you just explain how this goes out for comment after a first reading, and also around, this would apply for our charter schools as well, correct?
Yeah, thank you for that question. After every first reading by the Board of Education, we do put the policy out for feedback. So we would do that per our usual process. And then our charter schools are required to follow all board policies unless they have waived them. And so they have an opportunity to do a mid-year waive and replace of a policy if they would like.
Yes, is this a policy that would be waivable then by charters? I can't recall.
I haven't specifically checked the chart, but my suspicion is that the charter schools, as a result of already having been placed on notice of the revisions of JLF and JLF-R in November, that they're already complying with a policy that, policy language that would be consistent with this policy change. And I don't believe we've had any requests for waivers to JLF or JLF-R.
Thank you. Other directors, Director Ryan, were you raising? Oh.
And this is just getting into the weeds a little bit on the red line. It's inconsistent, I think, where it says no report of abuse or neglect shall be made due to disability status. And then the second sentence, additionally, no report is required for if it arises out of concerns due solely to disability. Those are counterintuitive to each other, at least in my read.
We will review that again, but the language, I believe, is consistent with JLF and JLF-R. But if it's not, we'll check to make sure that it is. Thank you.
Director Geiger?
And while doing that, I think you should double check. As I recall, one of the reasons we use this language in JLF is it came straight out of statutory changes. So I think the policies both have to just, and another thing that makes it very difficult for charter schools to opt out, at last time I looked, the state law still applied to them as well. So at least the no report of abuse and neglect part, I believe, comes straight out of statute. So
That's my recollection, and I do recall that I did check it against the statute. There may be a couple of words that were eliminated at the request to help clarify to the public who would be reading this, but we certainly will check it again. Director Ryan, thank you for asking and commenting in that regard.
Director Thompson?
Just kind of following up between the policies updated in November and then this one, what does communication to staff look like?
This is all part of our mandatory training at the beginning of the school year, so we would adjust the mandatory training for child abuse and neglect accordingly to ensure that the new timeline is on there.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that at the time we did training this past year, I believe we had already updated training requirements, and our legal department worked with the individuals who were developing the training to ensure that they were trained consistent with the change in state law. And I've just gotten confirmation from Assistant Superintendent Windsor that both of these policies, JLF, JLFR, and GBEB, are not waivable by charter schools.
Thank you for that. Can you just remind us of all the staff that goes through mandatory reporting training, just as a reminder?
Yes, everyone that works for the Douglas County School District is required to do mandatory training, including our substitute teachers. And we had 95% compliance this past year. I think it was in a monitoring report at one point, and the reason it's 95% is just the staff coming and going. There were people that had to catch up because they had just been hired or whatever the situation might be. But we do ensure that our staff take that mandatory training, and it's more than just for our public. It's more than just reading something. They have to actually take quizzes to show retention of understanding before they're allowed to move on to the next part of the training.
Thank you. Any other questions from directors? Director Densler?
And I would just also add, as an educator, mandatory reporter training is probably one of the most important things, if not the most important training that you do every year. Your license is on the line for any violations of mandatory reporting laws. So it is incredibly serious. This is not something that educators just like click through without reading, or it's not pro forma. It's incredibly important, and it's something that has really impacted the lives of a lot of students in a positive way. So for anybody's edification who's listening, it's just something that is taken very, very seriously by licensed teachers and staff.
Great. Seeing no additional questions, thank you for the discussion and the feedback on this policy. This input will help inform any revisions before the second reading of the policy comes back before us at a future meeting. So with that, we are going to take a 10-minute recess. It's now 7:05, so we'll come back at 7:15. We'll reconvene at 7:15. Thank you. reconvene. The Board of Education meeting is now back in session. And our next item is Community Connections Engagements, item 5.2. It's our debrief. This item reflects an important part of the board's governance work, our responsibility to maintain direct connection with our ownership and to ensure that the values, priorities, and concerns of our community are reflected in our decision-making. Over the past month, board members participated in 3 community connections sessions with classified staff, senior citizens, and licensed staff. These conversations are designed to provide direct, unfiltered input from the people we serve and those closest to the work in our schools. Attached to the board packet, you have Director Densler's summaries from these conversations. I'd like to thank her for all of her work in organizing these events with staff and summarizing everything for us tonight for our conversation. The purpose for tonight's conversation is not to solve or respond to each individual issue that was raised, but rather to really reflect on what we're hearing and understand what our principal stakeholders' values are and consider how this input should inform our ends, our monitoring, and our future work as a board. So before we get into the specifics of those questions, do any board directors have questions on the summaries themselves? Have you had a chance to read through those? All right, seeing no questions. And again, a huge thank you. Those were really great summaries that you were able to create, Director Densler. So we have 20 minutes essentially for our conversation, and to help guide the discussion, I'll walk us through our typical analysis questions that we ask after we have these engagement opportunities. And you have all of those in the cover packet as well. But the first one really begins with what kinds of insights have we gained from these engagements? Director Thompson.
So unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, so I'm very grateful for the summary document and I'm grateful for this conversation. But kind of the first piece that came to mind was, especially when it came around like the cell phone policy and the feedback we received from bus drivers and that staff, like when we're asking for feedback on policies, like how are we being intentional to make sure that we're hearing from all of our staff that has contact with students? Or at least giving them the opportunity to provide input.
I had the same thought as we were going through the policy conversation, yeah. Other insights? Director Geiger?
I would only say in the time that I've been on the board, in terms of the communication device policy, I don't think we have done sought as much direct input on any policy as we have on the communications device policy, and we have obtained, I think, important information from everyone: SAG, classified staff, licensed staff, senior citizens. Everybody has an opinion, but I think many of them are very informed, and I don't know that part of the issue is turning community engagement into policy, and I think this is one of our best examples so far.
Director Densler?
And just, again, for the edification of anybody who may not have read the summary, I believe Director Thompson is referring to the fact that some of the bus drivers had questions about how the cell phone policy would be, or the communications device policy would be implemented on buses, since they don't have the capability to both implement a device policy while they're driving the bus, or I guess they don't have the ability to do both things. So they just had questions around implementation, and I think that was a really important perspective for me personally to hear, because that's something that I wouldn't have even thought about. And I think it just goes to show that, you know, the people we have working with our students are deeply thoughtful and really want to do a good job and really want to follow policy and are asking for, you know, guidance in some of those scenarios. So I thought that was really great that they were engaging on that level. I think for me, I was just really struck by how involved the senior citizens were and like how much they knew. Of course, like they have questions that like were of varying degrees of, I don't know, I guess they're just wide ranging is the sort of the best way of putting that, like varying degrees of granularity, right? But they, I mean, at least the ones who opted into coming to our community connection session, really had great insights and were pretty well aware of what was going on. Is there room for improvement in reaching out to that demographic? Always. I think continuous improvement is an important, part of what we do in education and in all industries to some extent. But it was really cool to see how much they already did know about the district and how concerned they were about it.
Yeah, what really struck me with the engagement with the senior citizens, the level of desire to learn more, like wanting to tour Legacy Campus, wanting to see firsthand some of those programs. And then the other partnership opportunity around their desire to understand how AI and technology works. And there's a potential partnership for students to work with them. And so I think that really resonated with me as well. Director Ryan?
I was luckily able to be at the classified staff thing, and transportation honestly was one of the most eye-opening portions of the conversation, not only because of what they said about the cell phone policy, but just policies in general. That the way policies are being implemented at schools doesn't necessarily translate to the buses that then serve those schools. There's very disparate impacts on the folks that take our students from their home to the schools with our policies, and whether those are even enforced and how they can be enforced on the buses. And that was raised multiple times without necessarily having an answer, leaving that more to us. And I think that is something we need to take going forward, is that we have folks in the district that these policies are supposed to affect that can't.
Director Thompson?
So another piece that I keep thinking about is whenever the community engages with us to provide us with feedback, what does that communication back look like? And so I think this is really important, the summaries, the debrief, this conversation, but also being intentional about that communication back. So, could this look like maybe a letter from the board thanking classified staff for participating, but something that goes out to all? This is what we learned. This is what we got from you guys. And then hopefully encourage like future participation in like policy feedback opportunities that pop up, or future times that we have that chance to talk with the staff.
I love that. And I think reminding them how to engage in the policy process as well, right? Where sometimes, we may put it out there, but they don't realize where to go or how to go and access it. So we can always remind them in that thank you process. Any other insights in general? Director Densler?
I would just add to that, and we can hold the bulk of this comment or the implication of this comment for my self-evaluation report, but I think having community connections a little bit more consistently would help with that feedback loop, because then, we're able to go back to those constituency groups and say like, hey, like this is what we heard last time and here's what we've done about that, or here's how we've contemplated that, or here's how we've used that in our thinking. And so I'm looking forward to the opportunity to have these be a little bit more consistent or, predictable in terms of the cycle.
All right, the next question that we always want to ask ourselves, are there cautions about how we should generalize this information? Is it representative of that stakeholder group? Do we feel like those groups are representative? I'll look at the senior citizens. There was a series of engagements this year, multiple engagement opportunities that happened. And I feel like the feedback was pretty consistent throughout those engagement opportunities. But again, they self-select, probably at some level. So you are getting those that are choosing to engage. Any other thoughts on how representative the groups 4? Director Densler?
I mean, I think we saw in the licensed staff community connections meeting, I mean, there was definitely a lot of representation from a few different schools. And so to your point, these are people who are self-selecting into this process. And so I think that, having that perspective is always super important. Nevertheless, they offer really insightful comments. So, it's not to discredit anything they had to say. But of course, we should be careful in generalizing, although I think for some of these groups, particularly classified staff, I felt that that was a really representative group of the different kinds of classified staff we had. It wasn't just all transportation or all EAs. So I think that that, for me, was probably the most representative group.
Director Geiger?
We had classified staff I didn't know we had, so I thought that the outreach there was. I think we always are going to have to, given the number of instructors and the number of licensed staff we have, I think we should always, every year, evaluate how we're recruiting those. I was told by people there that the email went out late. A lot of people didn't get it. There were people there with a specific agenda, and that's important, and you need to hear that. But I do think that as we go forward, particularly with licensed staff, we need to look at building leaders, that kind of stuff, to try to improve. We did have a nice selection of secondary and elementary. I appreciated that, but I agree that finding more improvement, and that may be an area where more than one session is necessary.
I think part of what Director Densler was saying about mapping it out, and this was a transition year for the board too. So as you think about it, you have new people coming in, people leaving. There's been a lot going on with these community connections, and one of our next steps, I think, will be planning out the next series of engagement opportunities. So as you think about the input that was received, do you feel like there are changes or revisions to the ends policy in particular? I don't know if you've had a chance to think through that. Part of why we write all of this down is so that when we do schedule a session to revisit our ends, we have all of this readily at our fingertips. Were there any further questions that were raised for you or raised for us as a board based on these engagement opportunities? I'm going to jump in. I haven't shared too. Oh, go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yes, so I think we got, based off the summaries, again, not being there, a lot of really helpful feedback regarding policy and direction of the district, but also a lot of operational concerns. And so I'm curious, and praises, there were operational praises as well. I'm just curious about the dissemination of that and what our role should be when we're receiving that information in this capacity.
So I will share that it has been really nice to have Superintendent Kane attend most of these engagement opportunities, right? I'm not sure about the senior citizen one, so definitely the licensed and classified staff. And that has been historically what has happened as well. It's really challenging not to get operational feedback when you're talking to employees, which is actually why some policy governance boards do not consider staff a principal stakeholder group. But the boards, when the past boards have had this conversation and have said it's really important that we hear from staff. And that's where the questions that we put forward really need to be more about the values and the priorities and the ends, so we don't get into operations, but they will naturally come up, and then it being archived and the superintendent now has access to those. And so maybe I'll just ask Superintendent Keene how she has historically looked at feedback that has, gone into the operational level.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would say, first of all, I tried to strategically place myself with the question that was most likely to result in a lot of operational feedback. So not the cell phone policy, but what excites you and what concerns you. Because usually when people come to engagements, they have a list of things they want to talk about that are great and a list of things they want to talk about that they'd like to see looked at or changed. And I do make great note. I think it's important to continue to direct people to follow policy KE and to take their concerns, the right way through the principal of their school, et cetera. But also it gives me an idea of if there are some themes so that I'm able to go back and request, clarification from my cabinet or whatever it might be. But we do take all of those operational concerns under consideration.
Director Densler?
And I also think that this is an opportunity for us as board members to kind of filter the information that we're getting too, right? Like understanding that there is going to be a contingent of the people that we speak to at community connections meetings who do have operational concerns, and understanding that like we can validate their concerns without taking that on as like our responsibility to solve, I think is important. And so you're always going to get people who bring up operational concerns. And again, I'm just like very conscientious of that there might be people who don't understand the difference between operational concerns and like board governance. Like the board, and President Meek could explain this a million times better than I ever could, but I as a board member can't do anything about your personnel issue. It's not my job to fix, some of the issues around, well, I feel like this policy is being implemented by this principal, but not by that principal. Like that's not board purview. We do have the responsibility to understand how our end statements, when we say end statements, we mean the principles that sort of guide our decision-making, how those things reflect the reality on the ground, and how the reality on the ground should in turn reflect our end statements. So when we hear things like ends, those again are sort of our guiding principles. And so to my earlier point, I think that it's important for us as board members to be able to take in the information and understand what falls within our purview and what doesn't. And it can be super tempting to be like, wow, like I'm sure there's a great fix that we could all brainstorm together, but that's not our role in this. That's the role of the superintendent and her incredibly capable cabinet, and all of the the people who work for Douglas County School District. So I think there's a both and I think it's a cool opportunity to just have that feedback loop.
I know staff absolutely appreciate having us there and connecting with them, and the more we can serve as a bridge, even when operational issues come up, to help them understand how to navigate that. I mean, that's really our role. As I'm going back to something Director Geiger mentioned earlier about the communication device policy and us having an opportunity to really solicit feedback from the licensed and classified staff in this area. And so those are documented, and I have to say, like, the policy we are looking at in our next meeting, and there were several things that came through very loud and clear. From what I heard, I was the one that actually had the question to actually solicit feedback on this policy. And the items were consistent enforcement across all schools and classrooms, clear district-defined consequences, strong administrative backing, clear communication to parents, and adaptation for evolving technology, watches, AI, smart devices, etc. And it really, I've been looking at different districts' policies. I've been thinking about, the policy extensively. And, as one board director, I think it would be really helpful to see a policy edit for consideration that actually lists consequences. So thinking of it as consequences, not discipline in the policy. That's something that came through loud and clear from those who are in the classroom. Also, I think Director Callahan had brought up, the something that speaks to cameras and video recording capabilities being prohibited in locker rooms, bathrooms, and other locations. Those are areas that have been put in other districts' policies across the state, and it's something that I just am, as one board director, elevating as maybe something worth us considering in that policy. Just opening up things that I heard from stakeholders. All right, any other feedback from anyone on the engagement process? Director Thompson?
Just circling back to ends, the only thing I kind of walk away with, not only thing, but one of the things I'm walking away with is, our global end statement talks about the learning environment. And for me, that includes like the working conditions and how content and happy our staff are. But I don't know, do we need to think about making it more explicit? Is saying the environment enough or not? So.
Thank you. We heard you. Noted. I think as we write up our discussion notes, we can include that as well for future consideration. And I think we are about out of time. Any last comments before we move forward to our next item? No? Okay, great. The next, Superintendent Kane.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I picked up the appropriate information. So as I understand it, there's a request for an edit that includes consequences, locker rooms, bathrooms, and other locations. Did I understand that correctly?
So I, as one board director, raised that. If you are feeling like that's something you would like to see, please, indicate that for consideration. So it looks like a majority is indicating interest in that.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll incorporate that into a third reading.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And thank you for clarifying that. All right, so moving into our next item, board governance resources. This is meant to help us, well, actually, I'd like to acknowledge Director Thompson brought this idea forward around, wouldn't it be valuable to have a resource available to help explain the different kinds of board meetings and how to read a board agenda? So I took it upon myself to draft up a couple of documents for us to review. And the first outlines the different types of board meetings and activities, including their purpose and when formal board action may occur. The second provides guidance on how to read a board agenda, including how items are structured and how the public can engage in our process. Together, these resources are intended to support a shared understanding among not only board members, but the community, and improve consistency in how we plan and communicate our work. Hopefully this helps to increase transparency for our community, and the goal of this discussion is to gather feedback on whether these documents accurately reflect our practices and whether they are clear and useful for both board members and the public. So the first one on the screen here is types of school board meetings and activities. So with that, I'm happy to just open it up to see if anyone has any comments or edits. Director Thompson.
First off, thank you for putting this together. It's very appreciated. And I do think there's a lot of value to providing this as a resource that's available to the community, even to our students who are learning about how government works and participate in our meetings. I think this document was really helpful because it helps clarify, I think, areas that maybe are less clear in policy, and it might be more likely that someone would review this versus read through the full policy and try to interpret it. I would ask that we include executive sessions as an item, and I like the live stream recorded section, being very clear about kind of like what's happening, and we can obviously have a conversation about the responses. I know they kind of reflect current practice, but I would almost wonder if we should add in a column that talks about how the public can participate. So, you know, in our, you know, regular meetings where actions are taken, they can participate through public comment. Other times they can participate, you know, through just showing up. And I think that's an important piece because I don't know if, I mean, it kind of covers it a little bit in that section, but I think we could be explicit in a column. So agenda planning, for example, that the public can come to agenda planning and listen, or any of the education sessions that we're going through, so.
Great, thank you. Other edits on this document from you, Director Thompson, and then we'll do Director Ryan.
I will share the space.
Okay, Director Ryan.
And this is really nitpicky, but the event attendance says it's typically superintendent planned. I think all of my events have either come from the person that are running the event or from a different person entirely. I think some of them are superintendent planned, but most of them are coming from whoever is hosting the event.
Thank you. Any other edits on this document? Seeing none. Oh, Director Thompson.
I just wonder for the, on the second page, I don't think I pulled it up for myself. So the retreats, it says generally no. Generally no. I do wonder if the board learning session should actually be generally no. I know that typically we haven't recorded them, but it doesn't mean that we wouldn't. There might be, I don't know. I think that should be generally no. I mean, it's not like it's gonna ever keep us from being able to offer it, but.
Okay. Okay, let's move to the second document for any clarifying edits or questions. Director Thompson.
I think this is really helpful. It talks about like how people can, you know, understand like what the actual agenda items are doing. When we go onto the second page, it talks about action items as it's like kind of, so I think it's scrolling down a little bit, maybe it's the third. Yeah, study action items. So I think this might be a really good place to very clearly and succinctly talk about what type of action that we take. So for example, we typically take action on board policies, items that aren't delegated to the superintendent by either our board policy or law, our tasks or actions related to the oversight of the superintendent, so monitoring, contract, things like that, and then resolutions, you know, those are the one-time resolutions. So I feel like this might be a really good opportunity to kind of say, like, these are what we typically see action done on. And I think that will provide a lot of clarity to the public about the role of the board. And then I would say the only other piece, and I'll be very quick, would just be at the bottom, there was like things guiding or informing how board meetings are formed and its policies and law, like hyperlinking that. And then I believe we do have a Colorado law that just talks about like the responsibilities of the board that I would recommend we also link.
Any other areas where additional clarity or refinement might be helpful? Okay, seeing none. I'd love to get back to how we might use these resources to better support community understanding and engagement. I think you brought that up earlier. I, I think like our board committees could really benefit, right, from seeing this and understanding it. I think the terminology can feel overwhelming with business meeting, work session, regular meetings, special meetings, right? Are there other suggested ways that we might use these resources? Director Thompson?
I think that this would be nice to actually have linked in our agenda. So whether it's at the bottom of the agenda, like understand how to read, or at the very top, just understanding how the board operates, some resources for the community. Because if there's one place people are gonna probably look on the website related to our work, they're gonna be looking at our agendas.
I think we could easily add hyperlinks at the top of an agenda that actually takes them into that as one idea too. So, okay. Are you, any other thoughts on use? And what I'll do is I'll take a stab at making some edits based on the conversation this evening and then bring it back to everyone. I don't think it needs to be an official policy that it's adopted. I think just having it as documents that help individuals understand how to engage with the board and understand how we do our work could be really helpful. Just wondering, are there any other additional governance resources that you think could be helpful for our community based on engagements that you've had? Director Thompson.
I think we can build out additional resources over time, and the way that understanding the agenda is set up could be hyperlinks to different components, right? So like if we're talking about public comment, we're linking public comments, like the rules of public comment, that they could find that resource. Or if we're talking about monitoring, for example, maybe there's a future resource to understand what is the role of monitoring, or you know, just something I think like over time, like just we could add to this to make it more comprehensive. And I feel like we learn a lot about the disconnect during public comment about what happens in our agenda. And so we could always actively address as time goes on.
Great. Well, thank you all. Oh, Director Denzler.
Sorry, excuse me. I think along with some potential future uses could be distilling some of this information down to a slide that we could include in like public facing presentations like community connections, just in case, you know, like for example, senior citizens are interested in coming to board meetings, but they're not really sure what, you know, just like kind of decoding that. So distilling this down to a slide that we can use in that slide deck template that we have could be useful.
Great. These are all really great ideas, and just to remind everyone, you have the ability to draft and develop documents as well if you feel like there's areas that you want to bring to the board for consideration. So with that, we actually finished on time this agenda item, so we are going to go into the board agenda setting priorities item. This one, we have 30 minutes for this conversation. I summarized everything in the cover sheet, knowing that we only had 30 minutes to go through the priority setting conversation. I'm hoping this conversation is grounded in the results of the board prioritization survey, and it's really intended to help us align our limited remaining time this year with the highest board priority work. Basically, the results showed strong consensus around a small number of policy items for near-term scheduling. There was a larger group of moderate priority items for future planning, which meant the next school year versus by the end of this school year. Several items may require additional information before we really are able to identify what that timeline is recommended for them. And the goal for the conversation is really to just confirm our priorities as a board. And every board director has the ability to submit agenda items for consideration. We did the survey, it's been summarized, And with that, I think the cover sheet is up. If you can scroll down just a little bit. I just color coded the first ones, in whatever color that is, were the only ones that were really marked for high priority, meaning trying to address those this school year. So the superintendent very kindly provided also additional information to us as to what resources are required to take on any of these additional requests. And so we have that. The next group of items are those that were schedule if capacity allows or early fall. Those were two that really I think we are going to have to talk through. So we'll come back and we'll talk about it in just a minute. The greenish ones at the bottom of the page were the ones that really were recommended for the next school year. And I think waiting until the next school year to schedule those may be needed because we don't know where we're going to be with an MLO decision until the next school year. So if you continue scrolling down, the next color group on here is the diligent training. And that one, I really think handling outside of board meeting time based on the responses was kind of the recommendation. And if you can go to the next page, please. The last ones in yellow, I just think we need to talk through a little bit more this evening. So I'm gonna stop talking once we go back to the top on the high priority ones to ask, are those ones that we want to move forward with this school year, knowing that I believe the superintendent said a first reading could be ready in May and the second reading in June. Yes, Director Geiger.
And I'm gonna be the stubborn one here. The US Supreme Court is currently considering cases regarding particularly transgender athletes, but also addresses the reach of Title IX in terms of whether it applies to transgender students, how it applies to transgender students, whether they, what each administration has a right to promulgate on that. My concern, and I'm the one who yelled and screamed and jumped up and down when this was postponed in '24, my concern that any consideration of those policies that are in the top priority, which I agree are important policies, will be challenging until that decision comes down. And there is no way to predict. I think it'll be down by July or June. I discussed this, I heard this discussed when we were in DC at NASB, and then I had a later discussion with their expert. There are essentially two options. Either the Supreme Court is going to say Title IX prohibits discrimination against transgender students, unlikely, or the Supreme Court says that Title IX requires consideration of single gender bathrooms and sports, also unlikely but not impossible. And the third, and I think it's the most likely, most people believe, is that the Supreme Court's gonna say Title IX doesn't apply to transgender students, that's not what it was considered to be, and that's not what's relevant. And that is then up to each state as to which way to go. I think not knowing how that's gonna go, anything that refers to Title IX is dangerous to be touching right before we know the law. We know that the current regime, administration, has different viewpoints of how that should apply than the administration that we were following when we drafted those in June of 20, when those were drafted in June of 24. And so while I do not deny, I'm the one vote that said moderate priority, not because I don't care deeply about those policies, but because moving too quickly may result in us having to rewrite those policies yet again. And so I want those on our agenda when rational, but I want them on our agenda when we actually know the national landscape.
Other directors, Director Thompson and then Director Ryan.
Personally, I'm fine with rewriting. Just gonna throw that out there. Also, we do know what the law is. It's interpretation, right? It's a new interpretation of the law based off of guidance by an executive order, correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
It is vastly more complicated than that. The Biden administration gave guidance under Title IX. That guidance was found to be contrary to Title IX by a court of appeals. The Trump administration then withdrew that guidance, submitted different guidance that would emphasize single-sex bathrooms, et cetera. That is the guidance they are trying to enforce against Jefferson County as we speak. The Supreme Court opinion may or may not solve that issue, depending on how 9 extraordinarily disparate justices rule. So while the guidance we are getting from the current administration does not comport with the policies that we reviewed in June of 24, it's almost completely the opposite. And again, the question the Supreme Court may or may not address is whether or not this current administration has any authority under Title IX to address any of these issues. So while there is guidance coming both ways, in the end, executive orders do not determine compliance with the law. The Supreme Court is going to determine, at least to some extent, what's going on there. Then I am not the school district attorney. This is my position as an attorney who is on the school board. But as noted by administration, redrafting those would require reviewing all of the current law, and that may all change in June or May, depending on who comes forward. The policy that came before us in June of 24 would not comply with current administrative guidance.
Director Ryan, while you're thinking.
And I could be wrong, but when I went back and read the edits that were in there, GBAA and JBC obviously mentioned Title IX. I'm pretty sure that the edits of JBA and AC cut Title IX out of it because it was referenced in the other two. So if it makes sense to wait until the Supreme Court rules on Title IX, I think it actually makes more sense to bring forward the edits on AC and JBA since it cuts Title IX out of those. That's my feel.
I would concur.
I want to make sure I'm following. You're saying which two cut Title IX out? Because I need to go back and check.
AC and JBA,
AC.
because they are referenced in the other two that are listed.
Okay.
They were cut out of there for the sake of not having repetitive and possibly conflicting policies, as far as I understand.
So your recommendation is that we keep those two as immediate needs and wait on the others until the Supreme Court rules. Is that what I'm?
It is difficult for me to comment without giving legal advice in open session, which I do not wish to do this evening. There are other implications which have not been discussed related to why those policies were being revised this evening as well. So with that said, I do not believe there is any reason to rush to revise these policies because there were revisions made to ACR 1 with respect to compliance obligations in place under state law. Those remain in place, and so for purposes of waiting in terms of when this policy may need to be revised in my opinion, there is no reason to move forward quickly, but I do not want to give the specifics regarding that in open session.
Thank you. Director Callahan, were you raising your hand?
Just a point of order. Are we looking, are you looking for consensus around the priorities for until the end of the school year? Is that the objective?
Yeah, the objective is to look at the entire priority list, and there were really that top group that came in as the board through a survey prioritizing as those that they wanted to see before the end of the year. And then the next grouping kind of goes into future recommendations. Is that helpful?
Yeah, and so we're looking to affirm what kind of the survey results or revise those?
Yes, so we're trying to decide, are there any of the requests that have come in that we feel we need to fit into our agendas for the remaining of this school year? And then the ones that are in the future, we can wait. But some of these in the yellow at the end, I feel like there are questions around those that would help us identify timing on those. So, Director Densler.
I think out of an abundance of caution, I think my sense is that these policy revisions in red would be, I think our time would be best served to wait until we have additional clarity. I understand that perhaps Title IX was removed. I just think that there's so much overlap, or the potential for so much overlap in some of these things, that I think, again, out of an abundance of caution, so that we do this correctly, we may want to wait on those.
Director Thompson.
I would just argue that there's also overlap with the policy that was updated, that was mentioned earlier by our legal counsel. So we currently have quite a few policies that have conflicting language, including conflicting definitions, which one of my main concerns is the conflicting language on defining what is harassment. There seems to be some confusion when it comes to what is an incident, what is bullying, and what is harassment. And I know that that is one of my personal priorities that I hope that we can address through updates to these policies. So I guess what would help me is how long or how much lead time would staff need? Because when you're starting a new school year and they do their behavior matrix and they give guidance to building leaders and they make those updates, like what is the lead time that's helpful for staff? So if there were changes to this policy to help kind of clean that up, would be helpful or needed. Because if we're pushing this back, I just worry about implementation side.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I don't really have a great response to that because there's also a lot of work and lead time for staff in preparing and developing changes and understanding what the Board of Education is looking for. So once the changes are made, we would determine how best to implement them, but I'm not sure that rushing to try to have an implementation phase by the beginning of the year, by the beginning of the school year, is going to allow us to necessarily do it really well. If we're talking about a policy that's approved in June, for example.
Director Thompson, do you have specific language concerns identified where you feel like there are conflicts? And I don't need them now, we're not gonna have time to go into it, but I think having very detailed specifics can be really helpful for addressing the priority on how quickly that needs to be addressed. So if you have that I think would be helpful to bring forward. So not a question, just I think those specifics are helpful. Director Ryan, I saw your hand.
And I would imagine it would be infeasible to do an executive session to discuss the things that are at issue here on April 21st and then expect something at the May meeting. That would be too quick a turnaround.
Did you have no? I mean, another opportunity, like if we feel like we want to schedule another meeting to dedicate time to this topic, we can schedule an executive session outside of the existing calendar that we have right now. Part of the reason I built out the rest of the meetings for the rest of the year was to give us clarity on the time it would take to take on any new responsibilities on top of what we already know we have as priorities. But as a board, we have the ability to schedule a meeting if we feel like it is a priority. Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, just from staff's perspective, we would rather do an executive session in a meeting that's already scheduled than have an additional night when everyone has to be here. So that would, we'll accommodate whatever the board needs, but the turnover, the turnaround, as Director Ryan said, between April 21st and the first meeting in May is too fast for a full legal review.
Director Ryan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. The ask wouldn't necessarily be for a changed document. It would be, we've already had a first meeting, not this constituted board, but the board has already had a first reading on these. So ostensibly the second reading exists. If we had executive session at the next meeting and then had the policy as it existed for the second reading for May, that gives us time if we need a third meeting for June. Does that fix any problem with those?
So the challenge is that the first reading was so long ago that the laws have been revised since then. So we don't want to put something in front of the Board of Education that hasn't received a full legal review based on the laws the way they are right now. Is that a fair way to say it, Council Klimish? So it's just not as simple as pulling a first reading from 2 years ago and assuming that it still follows all the laws. In addition, as Council Klimish referenced, we changed -R policies at that time in order to make sure we were in full compliance with the laws as they were at that time. So that's something that would have to be considered in the legal review as well. And I'm going to let Council Klimish add anything she'd like to.
We're happy to, work on looking at revisions to this policy. That is not the issue. The issue is, as pointed out by initially Director Geiger, it's the timing that seems to be the most appropriate time to do that for this Board of Education in light of some decisions which are presently pending before the Supreme Court. And so I do think that that's a consideration appropriate for this board. And the decision would be whether or not it makes sense to wait. Certainly, if you want to proceed to look at revisions without thinking about potential reconsideration of those policies at some later time, we can look at them in May as a first reading, but it potentially creates a situation where we wouldn't be operating in the most efficient means to address those particular policies.
Director Callahan.
After the Supreme Court rules, how much time would it take to then do a full legal review?
It probably would be about the same time. It just depends. We'll be prepared. Clearly, there's always a very careful analysis of the implications of whatever the Supreme Court decisions might be. And I don't disagree that they're likely to come down at the end of June, the very end of June. And then we will be looking at interpretations of those and implications of those in our schools, if any. And then that takes time, in addition to the fact that our legal department, along with other attorneys outside council who work with us, are very busy and involved with other initiatives that are going on in the school district during the upcoming months. So it's not just about taking the time to work on these policies, but it's the other items that are on our agenda as well.
Yeah, so the estimates though still stand, because the estimates that were provided by staff are to do a review in the legal climate as it exists at the time we're doing the review. So if the review is done after the Supreme Court ruling, the review would encompass the Supreme Court ruling. So the estimates and the turnaround time are still generally correct.
Director Callahan?
I would propose that we move the items that include Title IX implications to September.
Yeah, I was just gonna say raise of hands to see if when you say Title IX, are you including all four?
Yes.
Okay, just to help gauge, Director Ryan, and then I'll ask people to share their thoughts.
I just want to give the counter. These are policies that are directly related to student safety. When we put efficiency over student safety, I think that's an issue. And that is what's happening with this conversation, that we are talking about an efficiency that is being created by a Supreme Court that no one knows how they're going to rule on anything, and that's how it has been. Trying to make an efficiency on an inefficient organization, it doesn't make sense, especially when the consequence is student safety. So that's where I fall on this, that if we have to amend these again, the fact that it could protect students in the meantime means that it should get done faster.
Director Thompson?
We also received communication that even with a legal review of the things that have changed, that a May 12th reading was still doable, so.
We did, and what I heard was it may need to be done all over again, right, at the end of June, which I felt was the counter to, or the proposal for waiting. The other thing I heard is that the regulations are doing what the policies maybe are not doing, which feels really backwards as well to me. So that feels backwards. I'm sorry?
Was backwards.
In order to not change the policy, we changed the regulations. And so now we have regulations in place to do the work of the policy. So with that, I want to ask everyone to just kind of indicate where you're thinking. Does this need to move forward this school year, knowing that it can, and it may need to be redone again? Or does it wait until the Supreme Court rules and then we do it at that point? So move those four policies forward this calendar year, school year. Raise your hand if you're feeling like that needs to be prioritized. I see. Dr. Parker, are you thinking?
Are we just trading the purple for the pink?
We haven't done the purple yet at all, so
Okay.
we're just talking pink and
Yeah,
whether
it's hard
it
to like
needs to.
decide what, because bullying prevention and education is also student safety
Okay.
concern. I don't know.
Well, let's go into those because there's just two in that area and that might influence and have overlap, like you're saying. So the second group, those secondary priority ones, were the policy JICDE bullying and the legal review of policy KB. I would love for those that want to advocate for the bullying policy and or policy KB to advocate at this point. Director Thompson?
Well, if we're not gonna have a legal review done timely on the other policies, then obviously this one would have capacity to be sooner.
Speak into the microphone,
I was
please.
gonna say, if the other policies don't happen, in the time frame that's been proposed, then I think that the capacity is probably increased for staff to do a legal review of KB.
And can you speak to why you feel the legal review of KB would be necessary? I think it would be helpful for the full board to understand.
I feel like we don't have enough time to open this can of worms, but the first piece is just, I would like to know that based off some of the language that is in there, it also is in relation to Colorado law and potentially Title IX changes. So I don't know, maybe this one is also complicated by that the legal review might not even be possible now that I think about it, because they're gonna say, we need to hear what the Supreme Court says about some of this language. It might inform guidance.
What about policy JICDE, bully prevention and education and monitoring?
Wait, can I just ask a clarifying question about KBR real quick? KBR is opt-outs, right?
KBR would be the regulation to the, I'm trying to remember what the full policy name is for KB. It's,
I thought it was parent and family engagement procedure. And it looks to me like opt-outs of material, which would be covered in my lay understanding of a decision that was made last summer.
so KB covers a lot more than that.
Sure.
I think we do have like an opt-out specific policy as well, but the DAC actually brought forward lots of concerns on KB and had asked the board to consider, you know, there's a lot of documentation from the DAC who spent a lot of time reviewing that policy that the board really did not have a chance to hear a presentation on. So it is really frustrating not to be in legal limbo, which I think I'm seeing from a lot of individuals up here, that frustration on policy language. The board does have opportunities to pass resolutions to say what the board's voice and position would be on various things that are different than a policy, which might be something in the interim that might be worthwhile for consideration from the board.
I have a question. Yeah. Are we, because we're in legal limbo, are we out of compliance right now? Okay.
Just to say for the record, no, we are not out of compliance. We would never if the board approved a policy that was out of compliance with the law, we would be raising red flags. So we are not out of compliance.
Okay.
Go ahead, Director Parker.
Oh, no,
Oh,
okay.
okay. Yes, I think we're all processing. So I'll do the hand raising now on these top policies. Waiting until the Supreme Court rules to ask staff to take on the work, to review the policies and bring those back to us. So I'll ask you to raise your hand if you want to prioritize it this calendar year. This calendar year? This school year, thank you, I keep saying calendar. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, the pink. I'm back to the pink now that we talked about the purple. All right, not seeing a majority of the board on that. Let's look at the purple items and thoughts on timing for the purple. One thing that I did mark on some of these priorities were those that might lend themselves to retreat topics in July. And so I just kind of throw that out there as a idea as well. Director Thompson?
So the request of the legal review was to see if we needed to go back and revise policy KB and KBR to make, if they weren't in compliance. But the other way that we could look at that is we could just revise the policy and remove the language that would be in question because it's not necessary for that policy. So there's that too. I just wanted to go through the steps of first seeing if it needed to be a priority or not, but we could just move forward with making the changes since that seems to be a moment handcuffing us and go back to just typical practice for what a KB policy should look like and include language in a KB policy that is the intent of the policy.
Is there a board director that would like to take on redlining the KB policy with suggested recommendations that then could come back to staff for review? Director Thompson, you'll take that on? I think that's a way to be efficient with the timing.
I would be willing to assist if Director Thompson needed that.
Thank you. All right, so that one may come back to the board based on the red line this school year, based on when the timing is done with the red line, and then asking staff to react to that suggested language change. So, yes, Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I just want to be sure I'm understanding. Is the intent to take it to the board after Directors Geiger and Thompson have redlined it and after staff has reviewed their red lines?
Yeah, otherwise you two would propose something to the full board would react, then ask staff to look at that. Is the board comfortable asking Director Thompson and Director Geiger to work together to redline something, get staff feedback, and then bring it back to the board? Superintendent Kane.
All I was going to add is that our request would be a 2-week turnaround for staff to do that legal review after it's been redlined.
That's really helpful, thank you. Oh my goodness, we have one thing that we have moved forward and we are out of time, but thank you both for taking that project on. Seeing that we're out of time, I knew 30 minutes would not be enough for this conversation. I will open it up to the next group, future planning. So those items in the third color group of green, the recommendation was to wait until the fall to actually spend time scheduling out when that work should be done based on the responses to the survey. The reason to wait until the fall is because if there is an MLO underway, that does take staff time, and we won't know whether that's happening until we vote in August. So that was really the rationale for this grouping that was rated as moderate needs. But I'll open it up for reactions to that.
So I would like to elevate the screening update, just an update on the screening process, since we did start or we will be implementing that this year. And we haven't received an update in an extended period of time. We don't even know what screeners were officially, or how the screening process was officially decided for this year by the district. So while I understand reviewing policy might be better after the rulemaking is done, it would be nice to have an update on how it's being rolled out.
Could that be a board memo, or does it need to be a presentation from your perspective?
I would actually refer to staff on what the update would look like.
Sorry, I think I heard you say you would leave.
Sorry, I would refer to staff on what they feel an update should look like.
Okay. Thoughts on that, Superintendent Kane?
As we wrote in our memo, we feel like it makes the most sense to do that update at the beginning of the school year after the screenings have taken place, so that we can report on the data. But either way, whether it's a memo or a presentation, it's still about 15 to 20 hours of staff time.
Director Thompson?
Okay, so I would say out of the things that I hear from the community the most on, the candid conversations that I have, people are asking about the dyslexia screener this year. Parents in elementary schools are asking, what does it look like? What is it? And we have not provided any update. So, I mean, families don't know what it looks like. I don't think I've received communication as a parent. I know my kids aren't in kindergarten and first grade, but I don't know what that looks like. I have no information.
Superintendent Kane?
So in terms, excuse me, the communication that has been sent to parents around the screening for reading risk that we implemented prior to spring break, our schools did send communication out to their parent communities. We provided a toolkit to all of our school-based leaders. We reviewed that toolkit with them at our level meetings in February and in January. So I'm a little taken aback by that. Our community hasn't heard anything. From Matt and I's perspective, that has not filtered up to our levels. So that would be important for us to know a little bit more based on what you're hearing from community members.
Yeah, that's okay. We're already. Director Dinsler.
I would just say, I mean, first of all, I do have a kindergartner, and I did receive communication about this. I can't speak for all kindergarten families, but my son took the screener before spring break, I believe, and I got an email that he doesn't have any indicators that we need to look at something, so that was really cool to just have that feedback so close in time. But I will say that Mr. Reynolds, not to put you on the spot, presented a little bit about this at the DAC meeting, just about like when the trainings for kindergarten teachers took place this past year, and just like, I don't know, some of the logistics of that. I don't know if that would be helpful to hear, you know, just kind of a celebration, honestly, for the public to hear like how this sort of rolled out and how excited all the teachers were, because I really appreciated hearing at DAC. And you had like the pictures of some of the trainings and everything. I don't know if that would be sufficient for this particular item, but I think that would be really cool to share. I don't know if that's, again, sufficient.
Yeah, so I did hear that presentation at the DAC, and I think that's what you were advocating for, Director Thompson, was having something at the beginning of the school year on this topic, celebrating. And actually, I was asking board memo or celebration, but what I'm hearing actually everyone say is the beginning of the school year feels like a really good time to do an update on this topic, and you were elevating that. Is that what I'm hearing still? I just want to make sure. So I think what I heard is it would be great to elevate that one to the beginning of the school year. These are staying on this priority list until we get.
President Meek, not to interrupt, but I don't know how big of a lift it would be to have Mr. Reynolds present just the things that he said at DAC before the end of this school year, if we didn't want to wait until the beginning of the next school year. Again, don't want to put more work on your plate, but if we did want to address that before the end of the school year, I wonder if we could just do a brief presentation on the things that were shared at DAC.
Yeah, so thank you, Director Densler. The presentation's ready to go is what I'm hearing based on what was presented to DAC. And so board directors, knowing that, you know, we're now looking at extending the 9:30 end time to add something this year by raise of hands, do we feel like that would be really helpful for our community to hear? And I see a majority of hands saying, yes, that would be really helpful for our community to hear this year. So I will look at our scheduling for the remainder of this school year, and that will be actually prioritized this school year. So yes.
I just want to make 100% sure I'm understanding. So the desire is to have the same presentation that went to DAC to the board, which that's very easy to do as long as as I have that correct.
Yes.
And also Deputy Superintendent Hyatt just informed me that there is a virtual parent meeting on
April 23rd from 5:30 to 6:15 p.m. And that information went out in the weekly superintendent updates that went to the community last week.
What was that, Director Geiger?
There'll be a deck for that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking like a 15-minute presentation at an upcoming, 15-minute total, right? Time at an upcoming meeting this calendar year. So, okay. I had mentioned the asterisk ones are items that I think should be placed on a July retreat. The discuss board committee recruitment process was one, and then discuss the board process for assessing monitoring reports was another one that I felt both of those kind of lended themselves to a July retreat. I don't know if board directors see other items up here that you feel would make sense. Okay, seeing that we are now well over time for this conversation, I'm going to end it here. I will look to bring this back again for us to continue. I think what I would like to ask board directors, if you had put in any other requests on here for updates to policies, it would be really helpful to get the specific. Like if we could say, I think strike this word, add this word, I think that would help the full board better assess those as well. So we are all empowered to look at our policies and bring back ideas for edits for the board for consideration. And so with that, I am going to move us to our next agenda item because we're falling behind.
I know we're falling behind. I just have a operational question on so April to June, how is that impacting our meetings? If this was planned for April to June, the pink items, and we're not doing them anymore?
Oh, well, the two meetings that included the 4 took those meetings to 10 o'clock each. So now we're back to 9:30.
Less. Okay.
So now we're back to 9:30 ends on those two.
Okay. Okay.
But good question.
Thanks.
Director Thompson?
Just for future priority conversations, it would be helpful to, instead of doing one priority rating, have something about time sensitivity and then priority, because something might be a lower priority, but it's only relevant like in a certain time period. And that just might be just one other helpful way to consider.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I'm very open to us iterating this process and making sure that everyone has an opportunity to submit priorities and for us to try to figure out how to schedule those. And so any other suggestions are welcome as well. Director Thompson?
And I think maybe it's assumed already, but just because the board has put the time frame and of the different topics, if staff had intentions to present sooner as part of their time for agendas, like obviously that would go sooner, right?
I wasn't
So for
following.
example, like if we were saying we wanted an update on like the bullying policy, but maybe it was already in the plan for staff to present it at a certain time, that actually fell earlier than what we did in our priority discussion. Obviously, if staff had planned to do it earlier, it would happen earlier. Like we're not trying to shape staff priorities for presentations through
Okay.
this. We are our priorities through these, right?
And was it helpful to have the superintendent's feedback on the work required, right, for the different requests? Because I think that's also really important for us in those considerations. All right, so it is 8:36, and I believe we are on the board calendar, 2026-27 conversation. I'd like to thank Superintendent Kane for preparing the draft calendar for the next calendar year for our board meetings. To help focus our discussion, really, does the overall number and cadence of meetings, there are 17 right now, and I'm suggesting 2 additional retreats, which makes it 19, appropriately support our governance work, or do we feel adjustments are needed? Are there any critical components missing? You know, should we formally, the retreats for July and December, obviously I just mentioned. And then tonight's just about giving feedback, and then a proposed calendar. If there are any edits, will come back to the board for adoption. And then those become what we call our regular meetings, right? We always have the ability to add new meetings if we need to add new meetings, which become special meetings. So I hope the cover page that I created was helpful, just to give some context. Since I've been on the board, 2019, 2020, we had 29 meetings, and then COVID hit, and we had 36, and then 38. And then we reduced that down to 29, to 25, 23, and it looks like this year there were 18 that were approved as regular schedule of meetings. That was this year, and I think we're gonna end up with about 23 once you look at any meetings that were added. And sometimes those meetings are that 1-hour meeting before this meeting, right? So a meeting doesn't mean like a full-blown meeting. But those are the numbers that have historically been needed to do the business of the board. I purposefully put our board priorities conversation before this conversation because the number of meetings that are proposed are to do the current work, right? Not to take on new additional responsibilities all the time. Those may require new meetings. Does that make sense? Okay, see lots of head nods. So with that, I will just open it up for feedback on the calendar.
No, Kelly, go. I have, no.
All right, Director, I can't
Densler.
even- I was gonna say
All good.
Parker, I just have
I
Parker
respond
in
to
my
hate you.
head.
It's okay.
Yeah, there you go, Director Densler and then Director Parker.
I think the only thing I would flag, and this might just be my own ignorance, just looking at August, September, October, if we do go ahead with an MLO, I realize that there are only 3 regular business meetings in August, September, October, but there are work sessions as well. I don't know, I just don't have a sense of like what the capacity is if we're also running an MLO. And I don't know. I'm just flagging that. That might be a non-issue.
Director Parker?
A very it's not that relevant, but I won't be at the March 9th meeting. I will be out of town. And so I don't know if that matters, but I'm a big planner, so yeah.
Well, it's a special event.
Yeah.
Like it's a big event, like a celebration. So those are planned far ahead. So, I mean, honestly, I would be adding 3 more work sessions, realistically. I mean, it's the work that's required. Historically, it's always taken that much, but we also have the ability to add meetings if we need to add meetings. So, the business meetings have to happen, right? It's the work sessions that really have a little more flexibility to them. So I will let other board directors share any thoughts as well, and then we can make proposed edits if needed. Actually, let's go back to July retreat first. Are you guys in agreement that we want to do a July retreat? Historically, we have for the past several years. We invite our board committees, our board committee leadership. It plays a really important role in us identifying priorities and collaboration. So I am advocating for a July retreat, and there were a couple of dates that were floated. One was the July 25th and August 1st. Can you raise your hand if you're in agreement that July 25th would be? Oh, okay, sure. Maybe just raise your hand if you think we need to have a July retreat. I see consensus on that, okay? Yes, Director Callahan.
I think it looks good as proposed.
Which one? August 20, we're talking about the July retreat date.
Yes.
We're gonna lock that down. Do you guys prefer July 25th or August 1st?
I would prefer the 25th.
Oh, I was just about to say the other.
Are we good with July 25th? All right, so we will add that July 25th as a retreat. The next one, historically, we will have a retreat in December. It typically is good board governance to have at least 2 a year. Raise your hand if you feel like a December retreat makes sense as well. Okay. See, so
As long as it's not the same day CASB ends.
yeah, it felt like CASB was a little too overwhelming, although in the past we had done it at the beginning on the Wednesday. So are you, so there are pros and cons to doing that. If you guys are good with Saturdays, then it's here and it's local, and that's the difference between holding it with CASB or here.
Yeah, I think December's such a hard month for people. That's all I have. It's like CASB's already, you take off, so it's kind of nice in that sense. And I
So
realized
connecting.
how emotionally drained I was that day. I don't know, it's just, it's hard.
So I'm kind of hearing advocacy for Wednesday of CASB.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No.
Sorry, I know,
I thought you said you were going to be.
no, yeah, it was, I don't know. It's just like work. And people who have a work job have to take off already Thursday and Friday. So taking another day off is hard for people with jobs, yes? No? I don't know. I would like to know. If I'm the only one, I don't care, but is it easier to take a Wednesday off, or would we want a Saturday?
I prefer not to take a work, like I'm kind of busy on that day for work.
Yeah. Okay, me too.
You guys open to a Saturday, but it doesn't have to be, I mean, we can look at other dates. It doesn't have to be right around CASB. We could do something.
What a January.
January.
Like a January.
See some advocacy for January.
I like a January.
Saturday in January. All right. Yes.
the concern is that specifically over Christmas break, that is a time that most of our staff and our cabinet are taking time. So just out of consideration for the other 10 people that sit here for an 8-hour retreat, I think we should at least ask the superintendent if a January time frame works for her people.
Superintendent Kane?
Thank you very much for that consideration of staff. I really appreciate that. In terms of January, it would depend on when the date was and what the expectations of staff would be, if all 10 cabinet members need to be there for 8 hours on a Saturday, or if it's just me, because if it's just me, I don't care.
So historically, it's typically very governance heavy and it's the board.
Yeah.
It hasn't included cabinet. But depending on what topics we want to, address or cover, but typically it is governance related, focused on our work.
Great.
So in the interest of time, why don't we have Shauna do a little doodle poll in January, and we'll work with Superintendent Kane to identify good dates. It's sounding like January might be the right time to shoot for. We only have one board meeting that month, and so adding a retreat work session might make sense in January. Is that sounding good to everyone? Okay, I see lots of head nods. Any other changes, edits, suggestions to the draft calendar that is before us that will come back for a vote at a future meeting? Director Thompson.
The only thing I was just thinking about was if the board does put a ballot initiative in August. I know this is I'm just trying to think in advance, just if the meeting dates work for, let's say I know this is really forward thinking, if we happen to put it on the ballot and then it happens to get voted for, do the dates work?
Yeah,
What
Superintendent
staff
Kane?
would need our votes on.
Thank you for that question. We don't know the deadlines around ballot certifications until we're pretty much on top of the election. So it does generally meet a special meeting in November because somehow the deadlines never align right with, honestly, they don't align with Tuesdays in general.
A special meeting in August, right?
I'm sorry.
Right,
Director Thompson's question was about August. I was jumping to November. It was about November.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was about November, so a special meeting is the best way to go forward because of the timeline being unclear. Okay.
Any other questions? Superintendent Kane.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I have clear direction for staff. So Shauna's going to do a poll to see what Saturday works in January. They all work for me. And you picked July 25th for the July retreat. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, seeing no other suggested edits, then I think we're done with this agenda item. Thank you all for that, and that was helpful to get through that. All right, next we have the monitoring schedule for a 10-minute discussion. So as attachments, we have the current year, and then we have proposed schedule for 2026-27. This discussion is really an opportunity for us to reflect on how our monitoring schedule is working and to ensure alignment between our priorities, our meeting capacity, and expectations for high-quality reports. This includes reviewing the current year's tracking, considering adjustments for next year, and there's a specific request as well around Executive Limitation 7 report that came before the board in November as a first reading in the process we used to use, where the Executive Limitation Monitoring Report would come before the board, we'd review it, and then it would go back and be put on a consent agenda. The request is there a need to update the format to be the current format that we are using? Because It does give targets. It is a really extensive report. If you go to the November 11th meeting, we probably should have put it on this agenda item, so you could have clicked on it easily. It's a very extensive report, but do we want to ask the superintendent to spend the time to redo the report to be in the current format that we have started using? Superintendent Kane, am I forgetting anything, or would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would love to add a few thoughts. So the report was extensively done and presented in November at the November meeting, and then the consensus of the board was if you add safe to tell data, we'll take it back for an up or down vote. And then, of course, transitions and all of those things. On our proposed monitoring schedule, EL7 will be fully updated and in the new format in October with all the latest data. So our request, our respectful request would be if, in the case of EL7, if we could get the up or down vote that was indicated in the November 11th meeting, that would be extremely helpful rather than us investing 20 plus hours to completely redo EL7 when we're redoing it in October. That's our request. Thank you for consideration.
Sorry, EL7 is the safety and security report. We have on April 21st agenda the presentation on safety and security, and that report will be posted on that meeting agenda. We can keep it in the same exact format that exists and then just go through our normal monitoring process that we, just look at it and determine compliance, but not ask that it be reformatted and updated to be the exact format that the new reports are in.
So if it is, if the board believes that taking that old monitoring report through the new process would result in staff redoing it anyway, then that's where I'm trying to understand, because if you go through the process that is the new process versus the process that was in place back in November when that report was put up for consideration, my concern is that we would end up in a position where we have to redo the whole thing anyway. So anyway, the consideration we're asking for is an up or down vote per the process that was in place when that report was presented but not voted on. But of course, staff will do whatever the Board of Education needs.
Director Callahan.
So just point of order, are we taking a vote on that, on Superintendent Kane's proposal tonight?
So we're not taking any votes tonight. What we're doing is talking about the process for April 21st. Knowing that we have the presentation on safety and security, knowing that the prior board received a presentation on that executive limitation in November, and in essence, how do we want to manage this monitoring report? And I feel like we can do the current process without expecting it to be reformatted and redone. I mean, it's very well done. It has targets in it. It's, I think it's up to the board. If the board feels like they are willing to be more flexible with the way it's presented, in essence. I see one thumbs up, a couple. Yeah, it looks like general consensus. So just to make sure we're all clear, the EO will come back to the board as an agenda item. It will look like it did before. I think it will have new data. Oh no, there's no new data. So it'll look like it was before, and we'll just go through our process understanding that the expectations are a little different. It was really from before.
Thank you so very much. On behalf of all of us, thank you.
All right, so looking at the proposed calendar for the next school year for monitoring reports. I think the questions, so this is this year. So thank you for showing this year. So that was this year. This is the next document is the proposed one for the next calendar year. Superintendent Keen, would you mind just explaining date changes, your thought process behind this schedule?
Absolutely. But I would love to begin with, it would be really helpful if, as we're developing the next year's sets of monitoring reports, if we were doing it based on the proposed revisions to the ELs that the board kind of has set aside, but just for consideration, because of course, when the ELs change, the monitoring reports will change too. So we would love to get them aligned with the new version of the ELs. And so what we put together here is we tried to time each of the ELs with the appropriate time of year where we're doing work in that area anyway. So for example, EL2 and EL3 regarding treatment of students and then staff and volunteers. August and September are a great time to share the family and student and staff experience survey data along with the other survey data with the board. So that's a great time to have those ELs because it aligns with that survey data. So we just tried to align the ELs with the time of year that the data is fresh and available and being presented to the board. So again, EL6 is about accomplishment and accountability, and that aligns perfectly with our framework presentation in January. EL7 aligns with our usual cadence of safety and security, which is in October. We're doing it in April this year in addition to having done it last October in light of the request from the commissioners. And then compensation and benefits, again, EL8 is aligned with that presentation and so on and so forth. So we just tried to line things up as nicely as we could.
Director Thompson?
I just think it's interesting that it's the order of the ELs with the months. Okay.
So I appreciate you calling out the treatment of students and staff being at the beginning of the school year. We will have survey data. Will there be disaggregation of that data that won't be available at that time? Or I guess I'm just kind of curious in that regard. And I am happy it's at the beginning of the year as well, because I think we missed the Healthy Kids survey data by like a couple of weeks because of the timing of when we looked at EL2. So we'll be able to look at that data right early in the year. And it feels like it'll, in those every other year times, we'll be able to capture that data in that early time frame. But I guess I'm just wondering, will we have the survey data ready, like fully vetted at that time?
We timed it so that we would have the full set of data that's available to us. So we can disaggregate it based on the data the data set that's available to us.
Any other questions? The only other one, the EL1 Global Executive Constraint, that actually is a report that is typically done. And I mean, we can talk about that. It's kind of a catch-all report that's in the monitoring booklet, but I just noticed that, so we can talk about it later.
I guess I would need an example probably of a global EL, because the global EL is meant to be the umbrella for all the other ELs. So if you've approved all the other ELs, therefore, so I guess
So if you go into that monitoring booklet, there's actually samples in there of like how you would do it. And it's not like a super extensive one. It's just kind of a catch-all, like, so.
So would it make sense June for that one?
Yeah, at the end, right? So it is one that's perfect at the end of the cycle. All right, so if there's no more questions on the monitoring, Superintendent Kane, do you have anything further that would be helpful to you on the monitoring conversation?
Just the new ELs, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Great. All right, we got through one on time. The next item we have is public comment introductory remarks. So we have 15 minutes for this conversation. As you know, public comment is an important part of our governance process, providing an opportunity for our community to share perspectives with the board. And this discussion comes actually in response to recent feedback from community members regarding how public comment's being used and how we ensure a safe, respectful, and consistent environment. And the goal really is to review our current introductory remarks and determine whether any clarifications or adjustments are needed to better balance open expression with appropriate meeting decorum. We have received legal guidance on this topic, and to protect attorney-client privilege, we will not be discussing the specifics of that guidance in open session. Our focus is really how we, as a board, want to set expectations for public comment, particularly around tone, clarity, and consistency, while operating within the legal framework that we've been provided. So the copy of those introductory remarks that I read are on the screen. The 3 minutes is highlighted just because, as you know, depending on the number of public commenters, we have the discretion to modify that. But with that, I would just really like to open it up. Does the current language clearly communicate expectations for how public comment is conducted and how we want to conduct public comment? Director Ryan?
I think in light of the guidance that we received, this is kind of where we're at, and it covers what we can.
I'm sorry, can you just say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Given the legal guidance that we got on this, I think this covers what we can.
Director Thompson?
So I think we have the option to, and I'm not saying that I am advocating for this option, but I do think we do have the option to limit public comment to items on the agenda. And I feel it's worth elevating because the concerns that we've received in email are important, right? Individual residents are being named, students have been attacked. We might have instances where it's staff. I mean, I think when it comes to scrutiny and all of that, like, we know and expect it in our role. And while it's like one of those things, do we include in our introductory remarks about, what is good decorum in public comment? What is good practice? I mean, it's kind of similar to what the CDE does. They have suggestions for best practice during public comment. Is that something that we want to elevate here and see if that's enough to help with the situation? Or do we need to take a new practice where we are limiting it to the agenda items only? I would prefer not to. I like to have the opportunity for students to come in and speak about whatever topic they want to speak of. Sometimes we hear issues that are elevated in public comment that we wouldn't have otherwise heard in that, but we also can promote the use of our email and our other forms of community connections. So it's kind of one of those things, like I feel like it's a low lift or the least restrictive to request of commenters better etiquette during public comment through remarks.
So do you have specific edits that you would recommend? And as you're thinking, I will, oh, are you ready?
I think I wonder if, we talk about addressing comments to the board. It could be there. I think there might be language in the CD, now I think about it, that might be helpful with their guidance. Let me look real quick.
I guess I had similar thoughts, wondering if, what we can do is focus on guidance that we can provide in the introductory comments. And I wonder if, direct comments to policy matters, confine remarks to agenda items for which they are signed up. I mean, these are areas that are explicit in the policy currently, where we, be mindful that this is a K-12 educational setting with students present. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if there were specific edits that others felt would make sense. We can make it longer, we can say that we acknowledge some of the topics discussed during public comment can be deeply personal and at times difficult for members. We ask all speakers to be mindful of the impact their words may have. We can make it longer, and we can add statements like that. I'm just not sure if you all feel like that's something that would make sense. I'm gonna have Director Callahan and then Director Thompson.
I don't think making our statement longer is going to change the calculus of any potential speaker. I think people are going to say what they've planned to say regardless of our remarks prior to that. And I think that and I think I would second what Director Ryan said around leaving our statement as it's currently constructed, given the legal guidance we received.
Director Thompson.
I would just say that I think, where my concern is that this public forum is being used to cause harm. And that is problematic, right? That is against the spirit of this whole forum to begin with. It's against the spirit of public comment. It's not supposed to be a platform to bully students in our district. And so I feel very uncomfortable without any action at all, or at least an attempt to ask our community to be thoughtful of our students at minimum in their comments. We have had students harmed by what's been said in these meetings.
Director Geiger.
Pardon me, I'm struggling with a headache. There is a saying, the bad facts make bad law. We are all responding to some comments at one meeting. If we had limited comments at that meeting to just what was on the agenda, we would not have heard someone attack one of our students. We also would not have heard from the parents who responded to those attacks, which I found valuable. That said, I have sat through, I think my record was a meeting where there were 89 comments, and I don't recall one of them being particularly offensive. Some of them were not too brilliant. I am concerned with reacting to one set of comments. What we prohibit and what we advise are different things. We can say, it is most helpful if you not make personal attacks against members of our community. If we don't cut anybody off for doing that, then we are not violating anything about the First Amendment. So, if we want, I think we can make preferences known in our initial statement, although I agree with Director Callahan. I think people come in here with an agenda and aren't going to care. And the person we're most concerned about doesn't care about decorum or courtesy or well-being of anybody but themselves. And that's how that person's going to act. It's how that person's acted for as long as I've been on the board and before that. But I think putting some advice in there, if that will help some of our other members control their actions, I'm fine with that. But it has to be advice. It cannot be a prohibition.
I mean, we did hear feedback from multiple perspectives after public comment, so I don't think we're reacting to just one individual. It really has been multiple requests, which really is why I put this on the agenda. And again, I think it's what we can request, as you said, Director Geiger, and I think we have the ability, again, as a board, to make statements around valuing students as well. Director Dinsler.
I'm sorry I didn't redline this, but I do have a proposed edit. I don't think it solves any problems, but my proposed edit would be to the part that begins, it's sort of the third sort of paragraph, like to support a respectful and productive environment. My proposed edit is to add, after environment, an M dash, and then I did not AI this, and to model the kind of civil discourse we seek to instill in our students. M dash, we ask all speakers to. We seek to instill in our students.
I second that.
All right, I see head nods as an improvement. Okay. Great. Well, are there any other specific edits that anyone would like to throw out there at this point? I will say, as board chair, I am there to serve the board. I am wanting to make sure that the comments are reflective of the board and how the board would like to frame public comments. So this is always something that's available for us to revisit as well in the future. Okay, all right, let us move forward then to the next item, which is, board self-evaluations. All right, there were quite a few. So this next item, we'll start with GP 1.1, the board's governing style. As a reminder, this is part of our regular governance process where we reflect on the board's performance. And we're looking at our performance against our governance process policies tonight. The purpose is to support continuous improvement, ensure accountability to our community, and strengthen our effectiveness as a board. So in previous years, we would schedule out these self-evaluations over the entire year. And then this year, the previous board decided to schedule them during work sessions or retreats. So they're all kind of clumped together now, which is a different approach. And we can all talk about how we want to do it moving forward, but that's why they're all kind of coming on top of each other. And it looks different from prior years. So we have 5 reports to review this evening, and to keep us on schedule, we've allocated 5 minutes for each item. For each policy, the goal is to provide brief feedback, ask any kind of clarifying questions that you might have, or identify any areas where additional information may be needed of the compliance to make that compliance determination at a future meeting. So again, tonight's for feedback. We're going to begin with GP 1.1, which focuses on the board's governing style. And Director Parker, thank you so much for your work in preparing this for the board to help us go through feedback in an efficient manner. I think I just want to go down the line and let people ask those questions or provide feedback. You all have the report in front of you. Director Geiger, do you mind if I ask you to go first with any specific questions or feedback that you might have on GP 1.1?
I would limit myself to saying I thought this was well considered. I think this was well considered and well written. I think GP 1.1 is one of the hardest things for boards to participate in because we do want to wander into operational. And I think it is important that whenever we address this, that this becomes the most important, well, that we are most aware that this is a danger. And so I appreciate Director Parker pointing that out.
Director Denzler?
Yeah, I would just add my voice to Director Geiger's observations. I think that, yeah, this is well conceived.
Yeah, well done.
All right, this is going fast. So thank you so much. I also meant to thank all the new board directors because this isn't easy, but I think it's such an excellent exercise to help us really internalize the policies and all. And I really could tell that you spent time on this and in the review. And again, this one is just so important because it really is our philosophy on our governance approach. And so the only thing I would say is sometimes it's helpful to have the example evidence items added. I think I didn't disagree with anything that was in here. I just felt like some of the evidence might be lacking, but I felt like it was really well done. Thank you. Director Ryan?
Yes, I think it's well done. Just 2 points of clarification. 1.1.6, you say non-compliant, but it seems to indicate compliance.
Yes.
So I think that should say compliant, and then also 1.1.7 says non-compliant partially, but
Yeah.
just, I think those
I was
two
just
edits.
checking if you were reading it.
I did.
You pass.
Director Thompson?
Thank you. You did a really nice job with it. There is just very small. Board members are expected to attend regular and special meetings of the board. So we do have policy around that, like what our attendance should look like. And we are compliant, but it might be helpful to highlight the actual attendance records is all I would say for that.
All right, any other feedback on 1.1? Seeing none, we will move into, and again, this will come back to the board in a future meeting. So the next item is 1.2, which focuses on the overall job of the board. And I believe Director Denzler did this one. So in order to shake things up, I'm gonna ask Director Thompson to go first on 1.2, and then we'll just go down the line again with any feedback. Oh, feedback on 1.2. So kind of the same process we just went through with giving feedback. This one was on the job of the board, and if you need a minute, that's totally fine too. I'm happy to jump in first.
No, I don't have feedback on this one. There's a lot of evidence that was included with it, and I think that's
Could you
helpful.
just talk?
Sorry, there's a lot of evidence that was included with it, which I think is helpful. And I think at minimum, we could add in some more hyperlinks. That way, if a community resident or resident wanted to verify any of it, it might make it a little bit easier for them to find. But there's a lot there, right? So like I would say like monitoring reports, there's just one link to where to find the monitoring reports, right? Like that would be like, I think a helpful thing. Other than that, I appreciate the work done.
Director Ryan.
Yes, and it's incredibly thorough, and I think you can tell that you were probably an amazing teacher to have because it's the most organized. Definitely more organized than the one that I did, and very visually easy to go through. So I think it's great.
Yeah, great job.
Yeah, I like the format of this one quite a bit, and I liked how you kind of modeled it after the monitoring tables, right? Where, you know, the criteria, the evidence, and the compliance statement. So I thought that was, I really appreciated reading the different approaches that everyone took in doing the self-evaluation. And when we get to the point of kind of talking about how we want to do it as a board moving forward, we might take bits and pieces of how different board directors chose to do it, but I'm always the evidence fan, so thank you for that format. Dr. Callahan.
The only, under 1.2.4, I would point out also that we have, the only other piece of evidence is that we have engaged through the Colorado Association of School Boards to get further information regarding legislative priorities and attempting to, I think during this monitoring period was when I was on the LRAC. And so participation in that is, I think, part of also what we do. But other than that, I think it's an excellent report.
Director Thompson.
Just one thing I want to point out, what I like about the partially compliant ones is that, like, what it would take to be more compliant, like that phrase, because I feel like this is more than just compliant, like you're kind of helping us elevate the bar on some of these. And so that's really appreciated, because I agree with the comments that were made. Yes, that is a better way to look at if we're in compliant with this policy. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I'd love to echo that. I mean, really, the purpose of these, it's not to cross a box and say, look, we're compliant. It's to say, how can we improve our process? And you really did a nice job throughout kind of articulating that. So thank you. Great. If there's no other questions or comments on this one, we will move to the next one, which is GP 1.3, which outlines the responsibilities of the board president. And Director Callahan, thank you for your work on this one. Does anyone want to volunteer to go first for feedback? Director Ryan.
I think also well-crafted. I think it could be helpful in the instances where you indicate compliance, just to note where that came from if something applies. I will note, I think 1.3.1 being compliant kind of is out of sync with then 1.3.1.1 being not in compliance, since it kind of addresses the issue that's raised in that not in compliance period. So maybe we're also not in compliance with 1.3.1.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. All right, do you want to go to your right or left, Director Ryan? All right, Director Parker, any feedback you have?
No, I just think we're doing such a good job, everyone. No, I didn't have specific feedback, except for good job, and I liked, you did include evidence, everyone did, except for me, so good job on that.
Yeah, I just kind of had the same thought with the compliance recommendations and something for us to think about moving forward. Like, what do we want to land on? Like, partially compliant, compliant with exceptions, not in compliance, like kind of talking through that might be helpful in the future as well, and all landing on like a similar agreement on how we want to do that, which we haven't done as a board. We haven't had that conversation. So it's nice actually seeing it done in different reports to help me think through, what my own thoughts would be on that. But thank you for doing this report, and I really didn't have anything else to add. Director Densler?
No, just, I appreciate that 1.3 is kind of an odd one. I think that there are certain criteria that are like really difficult to like evaluate with evidence. I mean, I don't know, that sounds counterintuitive, but I think you can read some of these and be like, how do I show that, right? Like I think that's sort of the challenge of some of these. So I appreciate your work on this. I don't know about you, but it was like kind of overwhelming for me to go back through like past board meeting minutes and things like that and trying to find the evidence. And so I'm really happy that diligence seems to be working, and like I know where to find those things from some of the things from like December 2024 I kind of had to hunt for, but it was all fine. So yeah, with that said, just thank you for your work on this.
Director Geiger?
I think the review on 1.3.5 and pointing out some of those concerns may reflect a need to review the language of 1.3.5 to fully establish what those expectations are in terms of how they are set, when they are changed, what modifications the president has the authority to make, what modifications should not be made without agreement of the rest of the board. And I think part of the role of these monitoring reports sometimes is to look at whether or not that language is specific. And so I might look at either now or at some other time some more specifics about when is the agenda set, when can it be changed, et cetera.
So when we get to the agenda planning monitoring report in the next cycle, we actually made a lot of edits to our GP policies based on some of these concerns that had been raised. But yeah, that's perfect that you're highlighting that. Director Thompson, did you have a chance to share?
And I lost my thoughts, but I do think we need to have just a little bit more explicit evidence attached, and I'm happy to help with finding that, like some examples, because I do think it's helpful to like link in the products related to it. And one of the things I noticed was there was a little bit of overlap because we just watched them back to back with the first monitoring report we reviewed. But I would also argue that they are different because one is looking at the full board and the other one is looking specifically at roles. So to me, that does make sense, even though seeing them back to back in this moment kind of feels redundant on some of the topics. I do think it's appropriate. And then my last comment I just want to bring up is, if we're finding ourselves not in compliance or in partial compliance, or finding the board in non-compliance or partial compliance, maybe that's something that we should be capturing somewhere. So we're thinking about it and we're elevating our suggestions from monitoring. That way we're thinking, not waiting till the next year to think about it, right? So for example, some of the recommendations or the actions forward to show, hey, we weren't in compliance and this is what we're doing about it.
So we do have that document. It's a new document. It just isn't filled out yet because we haven't gone through this. But yes, I think that's a really important, it's a front and back, and it gives the areas for improvement. Yeah. So once these are approved, that content will go into that document. Director Densler?
Sorry, something that I meant to flag earlier and I completely forgot. If 1.3.1.2 is not in compliance, then is 1.3.1.4 compliant?
Let me look that up, but the prior comment, like the higher the like the policies are kind of considered like nested, right?
Right.
And so
They're both 4 digits long.
I think you can be not in compliance with 2 and compliant with 4, because 4 is specifically the superintendent, and the pointed out issue with 2 wasn't directed toward superintendent, it was directed toward staff.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
All right, any other feedback on this one? Thank you again, Director Callahan, for all of the work on that. The next one we have is, I think Director Ryan did GP 1.4, other board officers. Would anyone like to volunteer to go first with feedback on this one? I will volunteer to go first on this one. Director Ryan, I really appreciated the evidence that you included in here, and going back and looking at the dates and making sure that everything was accurately reflected in here. Again, it looks different in different reports, but I wanted to highlight that I felt like you did a nice job with providing that kind of evidence to demonstrate compliance or non-compliance. And that was really all that I would add. I'm gonna go to my right, Director Callahan.
Nice job. It's super thorough.
Director Densler, and then Director Geiger.
I have nothing to add.
Director Geiger, anything?
I think it takes a certain level of courage to point out that extraordinary actions were taken. Those resulted in some problems. And I appreciated the honesty of that.
All right, Director Thompson.
Not really a comment on this report, but just curious your guys' thoughts just about, so in the past when we were doing these, we kind of came to like, how do we want to say that we're compliant and non-compliant? Do we want to say we're partially compliant? Do we want to say, you know, like we're doing with the superintendent monitoring compliance with exceptions? So I see some of that getting modeled as well in this based off of those more recent conversations. Is that something that we're okay with the variation, or do we want to kind of streamline before we take these to a vote what language we want to use as a board?
I will open it up for responses to that. Earlier, I had said at a future meeting, we can,
Oh, I'm
we
sorry,
can,
I missed
no, but we can, because we haven't had that conversation as a board. And I think you're raising, should we have that conversation
So it's
before voting at a future meeting?
Because I'm fine with not compliant, partial compliance, and compliant. I think those are nice 3 levels. I prefer that, I think, over exceptions, because I'm fine with saying we were non-compliant. I don't like take personal offense to it. Just, hey, this is what we're going to work on.
I'll also note, when I went through, I changed everything to be exceptions, because I initially put partial compliance on everything. And
Yeah,
so,
but that's what we're using for superintendent monitoring. It makes complete sense. Maybe that's preferred by everyone moving
no,
forward.
I think partial compliance seems to be across the board the preferred thing, so I'm fine with just changing it.
It's what we've done in the past, but it's new that for monitoring, we are doing compliant with exceptions. I don't have super strong feelings. Partially compliant works for me for now until we schedule time. Does that work for everyone?
And
Okay.
then we have something streamlined for at least the vote for a lot of monitoring. Okay.
Director Parker, did you have any feedback for Director Ryan? Okay, all right, great. I think that takes us to our last self-evaluation of 1.9, investment and governance. Director Thompson, thank you for your work on this report. And who'd like to volunteer to go first? On your own? Sure.
So I got a little, I wasn't sure if I should have included the polling that we just did on this one, or if it should be included on the next one, because we asked for it on before 4.2, but we didn't get the results until after. So preference, if we want to include it, I'll add it. That's all.
I don't think I wouldn't ask for it, and that's why I think it really is important that you give the dates, like the date range, and I don't think it's important, but.
I think it's important because we're kind of starting a new cycle. And I think not putting, I would rather have it in the next one, because this is retrospective. We don't truly know a lot about what's gonna happen with the polling and that kind of stuff on this issue. So I feel like not having it in this report and saving it for the next report sticks with how we do this looking back.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have a preference either way. I didn't include it, but I was like, maybe it would be preferred.
Okay, other feedback on 1.9? Beyond Director Thompson's own feedback. Question? I think everyone's running out of steam. Understandably so. What time is it? Okay. All right, seeing no feed. Yes, Director Thompson.
All right, so I'm not going to include it in this one, but one thought that I did have that I might maybe just pair it with Q4 budget review is, so we have budget categories that are just standard, they're required by the states. But then in our policy, we have categories based off like the functions and activities of the board. And so I was thinking of going back and like coding based off the functions and activities of the board. Sorry, I was thinking about going back and coding based off of what's written in our policy, like where things fall, to give us an idea of like how our budget is spent within that policy. So I was thinking I was going to do that as a report, and then maybe that'd be something we could include in future monitoring of this policy.
If you want to take that on, that sounds like a great project. I also think it's something that could be really helpful as we look at next year's board budget. That might be a really nice analysis that can help us think about that forward planning as well. And I know that's on our calendar in the upcoming months. So thank you very much for that. If there's no additional feedback on this monitoring report, or I'm sorry, self-evaluation, we will move to item 5.13, legislative updates. We have 10 minutes held. Director Geiger said he may not need the full 10 minutes, but I will turn it over to you.
Ron, first of all, always other compliments to Allison Roche for her update and consulting with Director Densler. Everything is on hold while we work out the budget, is the short version of it. The JBC chose the more optimistic version of what they think the budget might be. That has some impacts on the school finance. It looks like there are, the current plan, which means as of 9:30, it could be different by 10, is that there will likely not be any substantive changes to the School Finance Act this year, which requires kicking a large number of budget questions down the road to next year. So with some hope, we will at least have some predictability on that, but they're still debating a great number of things. Our bill, HB 1035, revising the kindergarten readiness requirements, has passed the House and Senate. It is sitting on the governor's desk, where either he can veto it, sign it, or let it become law without his signature. That is probably the most likely result at this point, due to some serious negotiations done by our lobbyist, Representative Hamrick and her staff, and a number of other people. There's a couple other bills we are monitoring. There is a new bill on priorities for charter schools and their relationship to bonds. We're looking at that very closely. CASB has proposed a large number of modifications to that bill. There's people on that committee who believe in that, who are very strong advocates for public schools, so we're trying to work very strongly with them. Where that bill will go, it's kind of hard to tell. And finally, Senate Bill 26135, which is the so-called raise the cap on Tabor, is still undergoing substantial discussion before it gets to any kind of vote, to see where it, and of course that's a referred measure that would then go to the voters. To say it is incredibly complicated is to vastly understate the case. And a number of people who care a great deal about education still have concerns about how that is phrased and how that bill would work and what would happen. That, I suspect, will go till the last day of the legislature before we know a whole lot about that. And so our lobbyists and CASB are all taking very close look at that and having impact on it. We all know that the school finance system in Colorado is broken. Whether this is a rational way to approach it still is open to a great deal of question. Did I miss anything, Ms. Raj?
Any questions for Director Geiger? All right, well, thank you so much for all of your work in keeping up with the legislative session. We know it's
I will have, there will be a CASB LRAC meeting Friday. I will have more information. If anything informative comes out of that, I'll email the board.
I know CASB usually does an end-of-year recap that's open for board directors.
Yes,
to
we will.
dial into. Maybe keep an eye out if it's something you can fit into your calendar. They're helpful. So that actually takes us to the very last item, the board president report. I just have a few reminders. The student advisory group presentations are scheduled for April 20th. So it's the Monday before our Tuesday meeting in 2 weeks. And it really is an expectation to be there if you're able to be there. They're really counting on us. They will do roundtable conversations, and I'd like you to really think about how can we help these students feel like their voice is heard and it's impacting us, and think about that when we have our debrief at the board meeting as well. So that's on April 20th. We have graduations coming up. It's so hard to believe it's graduation time coming up. I checked our sign up. I think we are pretty much covered from the board perspective now. So thank you all for signing up for those. I think there was one large comprehensive high school that just had one board director. I think the other, is it? Yeah.
Douglas County.
I signed up for Douglas County. So, so what I will ask, if you could just take one more look at the signups, and the schools count on us to show up or not show up, right? They need to know if we're going to be there or not be there because they're printing their materials. So if you need to make a change after you do your one last look, please email Shauna and let her know, changing anything that's already in there. I think that's helpful. We have a board committee appreciation night that will be scheduled on May 18th, where our board committees are invited, so hold that date, and details should be on your calendar. The board resource Google Drive is ready to be populated, so the information should be going in there shortly. And our next regular business meeting is Tuesday, April 21st. So with that, there being no further business before the board, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
So it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Geiger that the board adjourn. I will now call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. We are now adjourned.